I'm thinking we should just go straight to Rick.
Well, no, let's try his first.
His video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hang on.
Can you guys actually hear me? I get a weird error.
His content ID is by the...
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. You're telling me I was muted.
Okay. It might mute if you're typing. It might auto mute.
Gotcha.
We really interested in it.
All right, we're almost ready, guys.
She was the flyer. She's the one that they would, get and throw into the air.
She was this cute, petite, tiny little girl with just a head full of long, blonde hair. She wasn't afraid of heights. In fact, she wasn't really afraid of anything.
We had noticed she had just gotten weak. I said, "What's the matter with you?" I said, "You're a tumbler. You can tumble and do backflips." It progressed from that to she fainted a couple of times. So I took her into the doctor the next day, and they immediately sent us to Texas Children's Hospital.
She was just, from the moment I met her, she was about 11 years old, she just had a sort of magical presence about her, and nothing would keep that girl down.
Victoria was diagnosed at the age of 11 and a half with acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
In today's world, we cure, go away forever, about 80% of children. In 1965, we cured 5% of children. So the improvement is unbelievable. And Victoria actually had a particular subtype of ALL that the cure rate should have even been better than that.
Victoria's treatment was to take 2.5 years. And at the end of 2.5 years of chemo, Victoria was to be finished with her treatment.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Frickback and see what she has to say.
Well, what's your name again?
My name is Bunny McBunkbunk.
Well, Bunny McBunkbunk, today our breaking story. It's about a little dog named Arfie.
First time I met Victoria, we were doing a radiothon at a radio station in Houston, Texas. She was very full of energy and was already considered a long-term survivor of leukemia.
At the end of 2.5 years, when Victoria's treatment was over, they performed another spinal tap and a bone marrow test.
Joanne called me and she had just the worst news ever, and that is that Victoria's cancer had returned. Victoria at that time decided she was going to fight and entered the hospital for what would turn out to be an extremely long stay.
And he asked her at that time, he said, Victoria, do you like to play video games? She said, I love to play video games.
So I put the word out to a website that I work.
Hey,
You guys are all on mute.
I believe we are.
you're not now, but you were.
So the internet went down for a second there. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay. So since we're already behind with the whole content ID thing and yeah, those technical things, internet going down briefly, we just figured we would go straight to interviewing you, Rick, and try and get some information about who you are and Extra Life, and yeah, just tell us your story.
I can do that. Give me 1 second. I can never pronounce half the things that I need to pronounce, so I have a cheat sheet. All right, I'm good.
Yeah, go for it, man. Tell us your story.
So my name is Rick Heaton. I'm the community manager for Extra Life at Children's Miracle Network Hospitals. I know we were trying to get Tori's story out there to everyone, so I'll kind of give you the synopsis of where it left off. In 2008, Jeremy Adams, Doc, who you saw there right at the end, did some outreach to the sarcastic gamer community and said, you know, I have this friend Tori, who's really kind of in bad shape. How can we help her? And to hear Jeremy tell it's really amazing because he tells this story of this outpouring of love and just desire to help any way they possibly could from gamers everywhere. To the extent that it was literally overwhelming because Tori actually ended up having to give away some of the stuff she got to other kids in hospital because there was just so much of it. And that really is kind of how Extra Life started. With just one girl and her friend. and I think it's a testament to gamers really, that when they hear a story, and we do the same thing I think in games. When we hear a story that kind of moves us, we really tend to get extremely active, and just know no limits to what we're willing to do to help. And that's what Extra Life is built on. We had over 50,000 gamers this year come together and raise $6 million for children in Children's Miracle Network hospitals. There's 170 of them throughout the U.S. and Canada. And the best part, I think, of the entire process is when you go out and you say, I'm going to raise money for my local hospital. In my case, it's Boston Children's. I'm in the Boston area. The money you raise stays at your hospital. So you are helping the kids in your area. So you really are kind of doing the whole think global, act local thing.
Yeah. Cool. So if somebody wants to like help out all of these children's hospitals, what's the best way that they can do that?
So the best way to do it would be to actually sign up for Extra Life. Go to extra-life.org. You can sign up, you can register. We're kind of winding down 2014, but you can still do some fundraising until December 31st. And then January 1st, it rolls over and we start all over again. But the first thing to do is, engage, get involved, become part of the Extra Life community, choose your local hospital, and, just start asking friends and family, say, hey, I'm going to start playing games to help heal sick and injured kids. Can you help me out with $5, $10, 20, whatever?
Cool. So one last question for you. It seems I've seen on Twitter that other people are doing their own Extra Life campaign. Are there big name streamers that do it? Are there certain organizations that often get involved with Extra Life? If somebody doesn't want to set up their own campaign, can they join someone else's that they know about? Are there? Can you give us organizations or names that people can kind of jump onto?
Definitely. In fact, a lot of times what I think a lot of gamers will find is the games that they're playing, the companies involved in creating them are actually involved with Extra Life. I actually became part of the Extra Life team because I worked for WB Games and got involved with Extra Life, and our community rallied around the project. So you can probably, if you play any of Sony Online games, any Try-On games, there's some great streamers out there. The Frag Dolls are strong supporters. Captain Sparkles is a supporter. All the guys over at Rooster Teeth are huge supporters. They do so much for us. So odds are you're probably part of a community that's part of our community already if you don't want to go through the whole process of signing up and doing it yourself.
Cool. Yeah. That sounds great. I think that's about all we have for Extra Life questions. So we can bring in Giant Sparrow next. What's that? Yeah, cool. All right. Well, thanks for talking with us, Rick. And thank you for being part of Why Games Matter and for sharing your story with us.
For having me on and letting me talk a little bit about Extra Life. Really appreciate it.
Cool. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Hey guys, while we're waiting for Giant Sparrow to come in, they seem to jump out for a second. We're going to bring Teddy in. He's going to start hosting here in just like 10 or 15 minutes, and we can kind of introduce a little bit about who he is. And so, I guess while we wait, I'll just give you a little brief introduction. Teddy is an indie game developer. He's part of the Glitch City co-working space in LA. And Brian and I met him at the Game Developers Conference in 2013. He was giving a talk on narrative listening. At the time, he was running a studio called Rad Dragon. And as soon as we got to know him, we just kind of became friends with him right away. So he's a really cool guy. And since then, he's ran he's been part of the team for Hyperlight Drifter, which had an incredibly successful Kickstarter campaign. It's kind of like a sort of a Zelda RPG, very rich world with lots of exploration and a very beautiful art style. So he's helping out with that game. He also is developing his own game on the side called Kyoto Wild, and yeah, it's a 4-player brawler, and with kind of a low poly art style. So he's been working with Timothy Reynolds. Timothy Reynolds is like kind of a famous low poly artist for some of Teddy's environments and stuff. Timothy Reynolds has done the art for that. So so yeah, he's definitely a cool guy.
But he says that he's joining.
Okay, cool. So Teddy should be joining any second now.
So while we're waiting for him, I'll go over to Meg's video.
Goose?
Megan Fox.
Okay, so while we're waiting for Teddy to come in, we can play a couple videos. Oh, sweet, Teddy, you finally made it.
I made it.
Hey!
Yeah!
I'm live.
Cool. So I just got done introducing you, Glitch City, Hyperlight Drifter, Kyoto Wild. Do you have anything to add?
Excited? No, that's great.
Cool, cool. Right on. Cool. So, yeah, Ryan was saying that we have a video from Megan Fox about why games matter to her, and then we were going to try and bring Giant Sparrow back on if they can come back. Yep. So once Megan's video finishes up, we'll bring in Giant Sparrow, and maybe you can kind of take it away. Does that sound good?
That sounds terrific.
Awesome.
Cool.
My name is Megan Fox. I run Glass Bottom Games, working in a game called Hot Tin Roof. Hi, Ryan, and whoever else is watching this. So, the reason why games matter to me is whenever I was a kid, between the ages of, call it 6 and 14, I spent basically every night hiding in my room from an abusive stepmother. The way I'd do it is I'd come home from school, I was about 3, and my stepmom came home at around 5 or 6 sometimes. Between those 2 hours, I would spend all the time I could playing games, and that was when I could be myself, when I could go into a world where things were better for me. When she came home, I'd go to my room and I'd read novels for the rest of the night, and novels were my other escape. I'd come out for dinner, and I'd come back to my room and continue hiding there for the rest of the night. That's my childhood for most of it until I moved out to my actual mother and did better. So that's why games matter to me, and hopefully some game I make will matter that much to someone else.
It could have ended there before it began if I'd just let it. But what the hell? I needed the money. Who doesn't? So became my so-called life. Gritty streets and golden skies, red eyes, hard pillows, and hard luck stories enough to fill 13 shots on a sticky, rat-trodden bar. But it was home. Home, sweet home. Always have been, case or no case, to tell the truth. But the truth? Truth isn't eating at the same diner every night just to catch her eye for a few heart-stopping seconds and then ask for more coffee. Nobody's pie is that good, not even hers. Frankie stuck with me, though, little buddy. My cat-pawed chum of the feline persuasion. She even wore the hat. The hat. Our badge of office. A beacon to what few honest folks remained. Basically, me and her. Though truth be told, it never fit her all that well. Truth is, I don't regret anything. I'd never lived a day in my life until I picked up that phone. And besides, being gunned down, it only hurts for a second.
I love jazz music and video games.
Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
And Megan's been working really hard on that. I've been familiar with Hot Tin Roof since, I think, before I was working on Hyperlight. I was at the PAX Indie Mega Booth 2013, I think, and she was there with the game. She's just been really pushing that game forward and doing a great job with it. Watching her video got me thinking about something, which is the concept of games as escapism, and what that means. I think that that's often used in a framing that is negative, that's like getting away from life or not participating in life. And I think that's a great example of a situation in which escapism, an escape is welcome, and it frames games as something that it's not really an escape from life, it's part of your life, or it is a segment of your life, and if that needs to replace being where you are at certain times, I think that can be really valuable, if done in the right way. How do you guys feel? I'd love to talk to Ryan about this later, but also you, Josh. Like, when you guys are so steeped in development of That Dragon Cancer, how does it feel getting in and out of the work process? Like, when do you feel like you're working on the game as sort of a creative endeavor, and when do you feel like you're in the tone is maybe not a good enough word for it, but the subject matter of it? Because you can't be in it all the time,
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, there are definitely moments where I think all of us feel like we have to prepare for it emotionally, and you kind of have to like take a deep breath before you jump in, And then there are other times where, at least to me, it just feels like working on a game,
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of depends on like what in particular we're doing. I mean, maybe this is totally different. This could be totally different for Ryan, but I would imagine for the rest of us, like, it sort of depends on the day. It depends on like other things we've been talking about as a team. If we've been reviewing Joel videos, in particular, it has a lot more weight to it, So I think it depends on the weightiness of it. Oh, hey, Giant Sparrow.
They have friends.
Sorry, guys. We were trying our best to get over here, but we're jumping between a couple different streams trying to make our way in, but we finally punctured the wall.
Welcome.
We found the hidden sanctuary. Hey, guys.
Hey.
Welcome to the show? I guess it's a show.
Yay!
You're hosting, Tenny, is that correct? Or is everybody
That's right. I'm the talking head, so to speak. I'm just here to kind of talk to you guys and suss out interesting things from you. I'm a vessel. I'm an empty vessel.
Yeah. If you guys have like any personal stories to share, either in your life or just about games and how they've impacted you personally, feel free to start with that, and then maybe we can ask a couple questions about Edith Finch and kind of how that fits in with your personal story. So we're a little short on time, so I think we'll try to stick to like maybe 7 to 10 minutes, something like that.
Okay, sure. Chris, you want to start? Yeah, I mean, so I was actually thinking, my father actually was diagnosed with cancer a few years ago, and it was kind of came as a surprise to me and my brother, and I think they kept it a secret for a while because he was pretty, I don't know if he was embarrassed about it or we're just trying to come to terms with that. Fortunately, he recovered and went through a little bit of surgery as well, but it's, when you get that sort of bit of information, it's, you don't really know what to think, and your world kind of stops for a while, and I was certainly juggling a lot of the time, so it's just like, this massive weight that sort of comes along with that. But thinking about making games, I try to, personally, I think we all share this, we try to take stuff from our personal lives and channel that into the game and make it a little more human, a little more soulful, a little more resonant. Done that, try to do that with the past games I worked on with Journey or with my first game Way, and then trying to do that yet again with Edith Finch, which we just recently announced at PSX in Vegas but we can speak more to, I guess, what that game is, or at least gloss over that without giving too much away. Cool. I'm Ian. Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm Ian, and I think for me, the certainly for Edith Finch, which we just announced a week ago, the major inspiration was growing up in Washington State, and particularly scuba diving and being at the bottom of a Puget Sound and looking out and seeing the ground just slope away from you and not being able to see, where it ended, that it's just this sort of infinite abyss in front of you, and feeling like you're right at the edge of where human beings can be. And they just felt like, for me, it was a defining exploratory feeling of being, kind of in danger, but also very curious, and it's something that feels very human about, being right at the limits of your knowledge and abilities. That's very exciting, and I think games have the potential to do that too. And for me, as a player, I think that's what games have done really well. In the last couple years, especially things like Dark Souls for me did that really well. And I think it's something that plays are really good. Ways for people to talk to each other. And I think there are a lot of plays about people talking to each other. And I think for me, games are best at exploring, or at least single-player games, are really good at creating dramatizations of what it's like to explore something. And that's certainly, for Edith Finch, what the whole game is really about, is about that feeling of being in a place where you don't completely understand what's going on, and then for a lot of people in the family, being overwhelmed by that there's, this kind of inherent danger in going out of your comfort zone. And I think there's, as a player, there's so many games now that put me right in the middle of my comfort zone that it's, encouraging to be making a game and playing other games that are pushing me, to be kind of confronting things that I'm not familiar with.
Ian, before we move on to Sam, I'm curious, when you're considering the fiction for the games, or when any of you are considering the fiction for Sparrow games, are you thinking more about just sort of creative expression, what you want to exist, or how much are you thinking about communication to the player and the what you're putting them in versus just the way the story should play out in your head? I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me the development process really just comes from a seed crystal. So it's just this, for Edith Finch, it was being on the bottom of the ocean and that feeling, and then trying to find things that sort of felt like they were a piece of that. It's almost like you've got this one super powerful magnet in the beginning, and a lot of other things sort of glom onto it. And I think for Unfinished Swan, it was the actual game mechanic itself that came before any of the rest of the game, just being in this white room and then being able to walk around that space and feeling to me as a player, how did that make me feel? And for Edith Finch, it was a little bit different. It was more this kind of high concept thing, but I think after that it was looking at other pieces of literature and things like Borges and the Twilight Zone and 100 Years of Solitude that were other kind of windows into explorations of similar themes, and they sort of it's the end of Being John Malkovich or something, where each of these portals is opening up different places to explore, and then it becomes kind of an active process. And then we're very fortunate being in Santa Monica to also be able to within Sony to be able to have tons of people come in and play that parts of the game. So that's something that as we have these ideas of what we want the game to be, then we get a chance to see all these other people play the game over time, and then it's kind of building out from there. So it starts as a very internal process, but then becomes much more of feedback with players and seeing what sort of resonates with people and where do we feel like we're going to get the most powerful experience for the least energy on our part.
Yeah, that's really terrific. You guys have a place where you can get feedback and not get too buried into development. I think that's important with making any game. Even when you have your own team, to be able to kind of reach out a little bit without reaching out publicly, especially when you haven't announced yet or about to.
Yeah. There are parts of the process where it's really helpful to just be completely locked inside yourself to figure it out, and then there are parts where it's really refreshing to have other people that can, kind of provide some more, grist for the mill to figure things out.
If I can step higher for a second, I'm curious because you were talking about the inspiration for the project and how Unfinished Swan started as a mechanic. Now that you've gone through, and you all have made games before, you've all shipped games, so you've gone through this long process of creating something and having it sort of be your life for a year or 2 years or more. Like, how do you approach choosing a project? And I don't mean where inspiration comes from, but inspiration comes from a lot of places, and at least I've personally found that you just have to. You're basically choosing what your life's going to be for a little while, and what you're going to sink into, and where your mind's going to be for a long time. Like, I don't know. Like, what do you consider when you think, for all of you really, when you're thinking about what's the next thing you're going to give your time to?
Yeah, Chris, do you want to?
I really just try to find something that is challenging and hasn't really been done before. And when I heard the original pitch for the project, I was like, okay, that's a set of hard problems, and you're kind of looking big picture, just with the notions of like family and death, and like confronting what is that all about, and confronting that, and taking this I was interested in having a female protagonist, or the games that I've worked on, everyone's been androgynous or like covered up to sort of remove an element, because I want the player's sort of actions to sort of speak through the characters, especially in online games. Like, I don't like to sort of engender too much. I like that to come from the player. But here is for a single player game where we actually can put a woman in the forefront, and that's actually been interesting for me, because as a guy, I reach out to Chelsea, one of our other people on the team, and she's fantastic, and just try to like make sure that we're not doing anything that we're not comfortable with or whatever. But for me, it's each of these stories, like within the game. So the game is sort of a collection of stories, and each one has to speak to a sort of feeling or a life moment or something, and to be able to have a sort of potpourri of all these different sort of sublime or overwhelming moments, or at least striving for that, is a really big challenge. But I wouldn't want it any other way. I don't want to like work on problems that have already kind of been solved before. So that to me it makes me happy.
Yeah, I think happiness is important. Yeah, Sam, I want to hear from you.
Yeah, just to echo that, I was also looking for a project that was very experimental. In my professional career, I'd worked mostly on games that were pretty defined, so I was looking for something that was quite different, where I could really work outside of the boundaries that games typically impose on us. I had also recently suffered the loss of a couple of family members that were very close to me, and because this project deals with loss and a strange family where people tend to die young, it definitely struck a personal chord. My late uncle Fred was really inspiring to me. He was amazing. He was a psychiatrist, but he was also a blues musician, and he loved film and games, and he kind of showed me that you can bring all sorts of crafts together when you're making something. And it doesn't have to be like just studying your field. You can really draw a lot from life experience. And Edith Finch is a game where we draw all the time from life experience and things that go hard. It's really nice to be working on.
Hey, a quick just interjection here.
Sure.
So, other people might. Oh, yeah. Do you want to speak?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
Amy has a story to share about Sam and the green thing. Really good story.
Hi. I just got here. So I brought this from home. This was our return to Cinder letter to Sam that we sent to him because we're reading your mail. But Sam, when we were out in San Francisco doing our final trial for Joel, organized for us to get to go and tour the Skylanders facility. And it was just really cool, and the kids loved it so much. And he sent us some little Skylander figurines. So I was just going to show you. We'll mail this to you for real, a Christmas card. But here's some drawings my kids made you of Skylander characters. And they were super excited. So I've just been lazy about getting this to you. But I thought I'd brag on you a little bit, because that was one of the very top highlights of our time out in San Francisco.
I'm so glad to hear it.
Here's one more. Woohoo! So you're personally the developer I was most excited to have on the live stream. Games, but you know, Skylander is pretty cool. So okay, I'll let you guys get back to talking and doing your awesome thing.
Thanks, Adrian.
Cool. So yeah, so I'll finish up, and you know, in terms of things that, like, how do I know, you know, which game I want to work on? You know, I would say it just starts with being obsessed with something, and you know, it's usually something that I've been obsessed with for most of my whole life. And I think in the beginning of Edith Finch, like, it really started out as you know, like a scuba diving sort of thing, like starting from just the concrete, like what is it like to be underwater and these moments, and then, you know, I think everything just sort of like evolves when you think about it long enough to encompass, you know, your obsessions. And for me, you know, that's like the unknown and, you know, the sense of wonder and, you know, just like the place of the human being in a universe that is sort of beyond your understanding. And I think Unfinished Swan has a lot of that too, and I would expect, you know, whatever the next game, you know, we do is going to have a lot of the same sort of touchstones. And it's not like they start from that place, but it's like if you, you know, keep, you know, working long enough, then these things just eventually fall in. And I think for us also, like, we're in kind of an unusual spot working with Sony where, you know, there are a lot of games that, like, I might be interested in that would be like a 1 or 2 or 3 person team, but I think, you know, the really cool thing about Sony is that we have the potential to make something with, like, you know, 15 people or so for 3 years, and that's, you know, kind of a different sort of game as well. So I think one of the reasons that Edith Finch, you know, ended up as a collection of short stories, you know, is that we had the additional resources, you know, to make something that was just like a little bit fuller and weirder and stranger, and, you know, the production values are just, you know, I think it's something that trying to maximize the situation that we find ourselves in, you know, and the resources we have.
That's really cool. Well, I know we're all really excited at Glitch City, and like you say weird, but I think also unexpected is something that everybody's coming from Giant Sparrow, so I'm excited to see what you guys do together. I think we're going to transition, but when do we get to play Edith Finch? Do we have a timeline?
Sometime in 2016. Okay. Is what we're officially allowed to say.
That's about as specific as we get at this point, too, so.
It'll be worth it.
It works for me, guys. Well, thanks so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, guys.
See you later.
Happy holidays. We're moving on. We have new friends unmuting and getting in.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Let's take a second and just introduce yourselves and what you're working on for the people at home.
Sure, I'll go first. I'm Johnnemann Nordhagen. I am currently working on a game called Where the Water Tastes Like Wine, which is a game about traveling and telling stories in a fantastical America. And you meet other travelers and have yourself trade stories with them and have experiences and explore the world. Well, the United States, at least. So.
The world of the United States.
The world of the United States, exactly.
Cool, thank you.
So I'm Jeroen Stout. I made Dinner Date, in which you stood up for a date and you sit at your kitchen table and you listen to the thoughts of Julia Luxemburg. There we are, yes.
Oh.
And currently I'm working on a game called Tungsam, which is a 90-minute narrative game in which the action revolves around virtual acting. So you act out a story with a virtual actress that tries to respond to your body language by acting out things herself.
Wow. So Jeroen, it sounds like, if I can just jump into asking you things, because we don't get much time with you, it seems like you have this interesting focus in your storytelling on connecting the player to their avatar in a way that's really fascinating to me. You know, when I maybe a tradition in games is to make the avatar very transparent. This is the idea of the silent protagonist being that there's no conflict, and then I get to act however I choose as much as I can, so that there's no conflict. But it seems like you're more about trying to understand who you're playing as or who you're embodying. Is that fair to say?
Yes, well, that links interestingly to the AI that I was making, that she couldn't really act well until I gave her a sort of physics simulation that meant she couldn't just do anything with her arms. She was kind of physically limited to the weight of her arms, or the weight of her head. And then it kind of felt like she had some human behavior, because human behavior is always limited in a way. And the invisible protagonist sort of is more like someone reading a book in a way, that you're unlimited in your capacities. So I do, and I hadn't noticed until you said this actually, but I do in Dinner Date very much restrict you to Julian Luxemburg to force you to be him in a way. And in the new game, it's slightly more benign. I'm not as mean as I maybe was in Dinner Date anymore.
Well, either way, it's a powerful way, I think, of trying to gain empathy for a character or for another person or group of people. I know Johnnemann, like your story focuses on like specific groups of people, right, and trying to get the player to empathize. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing with the subject matter of your game?
Absolutely. So there's kind of a tradition in American literature of this road story, right? You know, you have characters like Huck Finn or the Kerouac in On the Road, you know, who wander the landscape of the U.S. You know, they have these adventures. They travel in various times or places, but there's sort of this idea of traveling and having adventures. But most of these characters are, you know, fairly privileged white males, and there's a lot of stories in American history of people on the road not because they choose to be, but because they're forced to be. You know, Native Americans who are displaced from their land, African Americans who are forced to leave the South after Reconstruction, or choose to leave the South after Reconstruction, fleeing what's happening down there and finding a better life for themselves. And so I kind of want to have these stories look at the road story from the position of maybe some more traditionally marginalized folks, and try to capture the stories that aren't normally heard in American history, or aren't heard as much anyway as some of these other ones. And I'm looking at it kind of as a collection of short stories centered around a common theme, rather than you know, one long novel or story. Like you know, Gone Home is a self-contained story about one particular family, and it has, you know, the classic arc of such a story, and I'd like to dip into people's lives and hear, you know, little episodes instead, and collect all those together so that they make maybe a common whole.
I think it's I'm really fascinated to hear from both of you about how you get into a culture that you're writing about or that you're making a game about. I mean, I think it's a very different or brother and sister subjects to talk about something like That Dragon Cancer, which I would describe as sort of group autobiographical. And what it sounds like both of you are working on, which is something a little bit close to, maybe not biography, focused on a specific person, but focused on a group. Jeroen, is your game, what culture does your game take place in, your current project?
The game takes place in London, and I'm definitely not making a claim that I represent the Chinese character in Tungsam as being super authentically Chinese, in a sense. She is one of the Chinese, so to say, who did travel to Europe, and there is that element of someone being a traveler changes them in that way. And that's just my caveat before I'm you know, making claims. But I did spend a lot of time researching Chinese culture, mostly through literature. I didn't want to, you know, do the Google search and sort of make assumptions, but I did want to get something from there. And also, I guess being a game developer, you're inclined to travel a lot at some point, and then you meet people from other cultures. And I always found there's a beauty in having a different culture and two people talking that don't really know how to be on one line with one another in some way, that are kind of trying to establish a common ground between them, in a sense.
That sounds, yeah, it feels like a difficult process to try to combine the age-old concept of write what you know with trying to know something about another culture, even if it's not the dominant theme of a story, and make sure that you're doing it enough justice. That even if you're not making a game about a specific culture, if you're making a game about a character in particular, that you that you sort of have steeped yourself in it enough. Johnnemann, can you talk about that a little bit in your process as well?
Yeah, I mean, for Gone Home, there were a lot of, which I didn't write, that was Steve, but he did a lot of in-person, interviews to try and gather stories that he could use to weave the final story of the house. And I think that is absolutely, if you're not writing from your own lived experience, that's probably the next best thing, is to go and ask people to talk about their experiences, learn what you can from them firsthand, and use that as much as you can. Sadly, if you're writing about people who maybe aren't alive anymore, your options become a little more limited. But I think, again, the best to go for as close to an original source as you can, to search out things that people have written or made themselves, and try and absorb as much of that as possible. And at the same time, you can still find people who are maybe closer to that cultural tradition than you are, and also get their feedback and their input on what you're making, and potentially even their help to craft what you want to do. So you're right. It is kind of fraught. You're walking this line between writing what you know and being true to yourself and the story you want to tell, and also being obviously respectful of cultures that you're not a part of and that you're trying to help tell the story of. Look at it as more of a soapbox or a stage for these stories to be told than making my own stories within these areas. And so I'm leaving myself very open to gathering the truth and the interesting stories that actually happened in history, and kind of making those more visible, rather than writing my own view of what I think a cool story would be, and kind of shoehorning it into a particular cultural milieu or whatever.
To dig deeper into storytelling, I'm curious from both of you, do you feel like, or how do you work with the sometimes uphill battle of putting a game in front of someone that is telling a story that they're not used to a game addressing, whether that be someone who doesn't play games and you're trying to get at them with the story, or someone who does and you're trying to wean them towards new subject matter? Like, what sort of experiences could you talk about, in terms of just when making narrative games and getting someone comfortable with, or introducing them to the idea of experiencing that through a game? Jeroen?
Well, that's a difficult one. I've very rarely had the true privilege of setting someone down in front of dinner date. When I did, they were usually just mystified, because it was sort of this thing that was completely alien to their perception of games. So I really know is things like Steam feedback, which I don't think is a good way to really get a feel for how people feel about it. Part of me wants to be, in a sense, unforgiving. I very much like literature, and literature that I like usually isn't very forgiving if you're not too aware of the themes that the book might be addressing. Someone like J.D. Salinger really doesn't care that you might not understand who he is, in a way. He just sort of writes it, and then someone just reads it. I feel inclined to be that way with games, because I always feel that sometimes we're too kind to players, and in that we lose something that could be sharper and, I don't want to say edgier really, but the sharper and more true. In the process of making it understandable for someone who comes from games. So there's sort of that slightly ironic gap between people who like different types of stories but don't play games, and people who play games but aren't always capable of wanting the other type of story, in a sense.
Does that ring true with you, Johnnemann, as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that part of being an independent developer, and part of why I personally want to be an independent developer, is because I'm trying to make things that resonate with me, that are true to me, and sort of express my vision of what I want to create. And it's not that I don't want people to experience that, and I don't want to try and make it accessible to players to see. But at the same time, I also am making this because it says something that I want to say, and that's the important thing to me, and I don't really want to compromise that. And I do think, though, that there are ways to adjust a story or to appeal to people without necessarily compromising your vision. I mean, I worked on, Gone Home gets a lot of flack for not being a real game, you know, and so on and so forth. But it resonated with a lot of people, and a lot of people really enjoyed it, and it didn't matter to them that there wasn't anything to shoot in that game and so on. But having the trappings of a first-person simulation experience was really important. You know, you knew what you were doing as a game player. You could wander through this environment and do the same things, use the same verbs that you're used to using in any other game, and hear the story. And then kind of farther back on the same little spectrum, I guess I worked on BioShock 2, which has, you know, it is a very conventional sort of run around and shoot monsters and upgrade your guns sort of game, but there was a narrative and themes about, you know, parenting and things like that that were worked into that game. And so I guess, you know, I've seen lots of different ways of melding these two things and making them more or less accessible to players.
It's nice to see designers who are jumping the gap between games that are more video gamey and less video gamey, because I think the more that the creators do that, the more sort of empathy there is for someone who's not familiar with a new type of game. And I think the sort of things that you're both doing sort of are gradually making people aware that it's a grayscale, that it's a slider, and that it's not so much a game or not a game. Does that make sense to you both?
Yes, I very much think so. The annoying thing about the binary question is also that it almost always is used as a way to get rid of part of the things and call them experience or whatever. But it's, in a way, it's a bit of it feels a bit like cleansing in a strange way, because what is it saying? Even if it is an experience, it can still be discussed on game websites, and it is on Steam probably, and it's like it's completely surrounded by games still. There's absolutely no reason really to have the binary question in the first place. And also like film or like literature, there's a huge range of literature and film. And maybe compared with games have remained relatively narrow in what they really do and what they're really interested in. And now we have kind of these few offshoots. But we're still sort of limited to the game in which. Like if you have Gone Home, that's the game in which, and then you have Dear Esther, that's the game in which this. They kind of have these unique islands, but we need 1,000 Gone Homes to really know what we're doing with the medium when it comes to not just that subject matter, but also the type of interaction. Like that there hasn't been a new Dear Esther is a thorn in my side for years. And every month I sort of wake up one day and I just go, why? Because it's so easy technically to make. It's very hard artistically. But technically, everything is already there. And the same goes for Gone Home in a way. You know, it's there for the grabbing. And we need more of that to just expand the feeling, not so much to plant more flags. We have quite a few flags in new areas now. We just need more of actual human life there, in a sense,
villages,
rather than an expedition.
Yeah, more points on the graph. So I like the thought of 1,000 Gone Homes. I don't want to cut this off, but I think, Amy, you have backer stories to share, right?
We do. We have some backer stories. All throughout the campaign, people would talk about why they were donating, and we just came across some really cool stories, so we thought that would be a fun thing to incorporate. So we requested people send us our stories of why they backed, and we're going to share 3 of those right now.
Yeah. So, Johnnemann and Jeroen, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, it was really great.
I wanna sit down with you both. I wanna capture you both and sit and have wine and talk about this. So,
thank you. Congratulations on the Kickstarter.
Thanks, guys.
Amy, go for it.
Okay. So the first story we have is shared by James E. Lewis, and this is why he donated. He wrote to us, I would like to say I donated solely because it sounded like a terrific project and there wasn't some deeper meaning. Unfortunately, that's not the case. My wife was diagnosed with breast cancer in April of 2013. Originally, it was diagnosed at stage 2B, so while we knew it was serious, we found a great team and we were considering options. 2 weeks after the initial diagnosis, everything changed. The oncological team had underestimated the cancer spread, and they changed the diagnosis to stage 4. She has been an incredible fighter the whole time, even though there are cancerous lesions throughout her skeleton and on 2 organs, which have led to further complications. Even though there are lots of charities that talk about cancer in the abstract big picture, I thought there was still room for first-hand stories, and I wanted to do my part to help fix that. One thing I did was start a blog about what it's like to be the caregiver of someone with cancer. That Dragon sounds like another terrific opportunity, and it combined an important message with one of my biggest hobbies. And then he said if he could self-advertise, that the link to his blog is metastatichusband.wordpress.com, and of course he can self-advertise. So that looks like a great blog to check out. The next one we have here comes from Jeremy Shannon, and he wrote to us, sharing Simon's story. I just wanted to say hi briefly and let you know why that dragon cancer touched me personally. My little boy Simon was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis when he was 1 month old. He's now 2.5 and doing well, but every time I look at the art for your game, I can't help but think of Simon and how hard it's been to live with a cloud of uncertainty hanging over our lives. Having a child given a diagnosis of a genetic anomaly, cancer, or other chronic health problem at such a young age is like being told there's a timer hanging over them, constantly counting down. And it's only a matter of time before you will watch them die, and there's nothing you can do but try to slow it down. But the truth is that not one of us is guaranteed a long and happy life, and each day you should do what you can to make it one. My hope is that when he is old enough to understand why we do the physiotherapy every day and why we make the doctor visits every 3 months, that he's not bitter for the life he's been given, but that he's thankful for the life he's living. That was great. I suspect that with a dad like Jeremy, that will be true for his son. And the final one we're going to share is from Julia Sanchez, and hers is why I backed the project. My oldest son is a video game producer for Sony PlayStation. I saw he backed your project, and so I read about it, and it touched me deeply, and so I upped the ante and also backed it. My youngest son, Jason, passed away in 2008 from leukemia. He was only 27, and he also had Down syndrome. We had an amazing life journey, and then watching him die slowly was devastating and something I shall never get over or quite understand. I read your story, and I thought about how much he would have loved to play a video game he could relate to. Growing up, he and his brother played countless hours of video games, hence why my older son is now working in the field. Anyway, I wish you much success, and I'm excited to see where this new journey leads. I'm empathetic, but also so sorry that this project started because of a tremendous loss, but I pray to see it turn into a phoenix for you and all involved. That was a really sweet sentiment because I think this month has been us trying to kind of, I guess we've started to see a little piece of how it can become that phoenix and seeing all the support that surrounded us. And we'll be sharing more backer stories throughout the live stream.
Yeah, actually, we have a little bit of extra time right now before Jenova comes on. Are there a couple more
Absolutely.
that you could share? Yeah.
Yep, we can do that.
Oh, wait. Cool. You just popped in. So.
Just kidding.
All right.
We'll save those for later.
Yeah.
All right.
Jenova, welcome to the show.
Hey, Teddy, what's up?
It's good to see you.
Yeah. Are you the person who's going to talking to me today?
Yes, I'm going to be talking to you and listening. Hopefully more listening than talking.
All right.
So we've been talking with developers, about storytelling in games and why games matter to them and a variety of subjects that have just felt very positive. I'd love to hear, first of all, if you could talk a bit about can you talk at all about what you're working on now as a bit of an introduction?
Oh, you mean like our current project? Yeah. Or you want a general introduction, like who I am or something like that?
Let's do general, but touch on what your current thing is.
Oh, so Well, I'm Jenova Chen, co-founder of Thatgamecompany. We started in 2006, and we have been making games that we hope could reach out to more people, and making games that actually, make people's life better. And we've been trying to do this on the PlayStation with our past games like Flower and Journey. Since 2012, we finished our contract with Sony, so we are working on our next title and trying to reach out to more people and show them why games matter to us, and to many people why people love games. And we want to have more people love games. That's really kind of why we're doing what we're doing these days. Yeah.
I think that love is certainly a subject that's coming up a lot, and Amy was just talking about sort of the bubble that has been growing with That Dragon Cancer and this project in particular, in turning the internet or encouraging the internet to be a positive place, which is something that you've done a lot with your work, and particularly with Journey, in terms of taking a sphere that can sometimes be aggressive or negative, that being online games, online interactions, and designing in a way that encourages positivity and positive interaction between players. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Oh, yeah, I think, game designers for quite a long time have been designing games for people to interact with each other, board games, games we play at the playgrounds. And only too recently, with console games, before the online game is popular, a lot of focus was on individual. But I always thought game design is about creating dynamics between people. It's kind of like a artistic medium, like painting. If you design everything right, you can illustrate a certain side of humanity. If you don't plan anything, you just leave it for two people in a room and let them do whatever they want. It's very likely that the end result is chaotic and random, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes exciting. But I think with game design is you can use the dynamics, the environment, the mood, the sound, and the music to affect the dynamics between two people. And for me, I'm always consider myself as a romantic style artist. I like to illustrate beautiful side of the humanity and beautiful things between human. It's particularly, if you've been playing online games for a while, and most of the games are very competitive, and because of these mechanics, they make people also feel competitive. Often you find players very negative towards the online community because people are jerks or something like that. But with Journey, we were trying to show the player that the same jerk you just played with could be a nice person as well. It's just games reveal different side of humanity, and it's all about how you use the design to influence that.
That's very true. I think it can be very tempting and perhaps easier for designers to blame players, or to blame the trope of I don't know, angry young video gamers, right? It's very easy for us to say, oh well, it's just they're not good people, or there's people out there who are angry. And I think that it takes courage and honesty to have accountability as a designer, to acknowledge that what we make that designs and creates the space in which people are going to behave and how they're going to treat one another.
Yeah, that's really where I feel like game is going beyond just being an entertainment, because when you're dealing with these online communities, like I heard like the president of CCP, who runs EVE's Online, I think that they were saying like he actually runs a government of millions of people. He's more responsible than the guy who's in the Iceland, in terms of trying to create a harmonious society between all these players. To me, that's really where the exciting part of games is. To me, is just you can try out all kinds of things to shape the society and see how the human, react in these different designs. I'm kind of geeking out on the potential here. So.
No, I love geeking out about this stuff. I mean, I think about that all the time when I'm on my phone these days because I have 5 or 6 different messaging or social media apps or whatever, and each one has its own affordances, and I have different quality and flavor of interactions with strangers and friends on each of them depending on how the system's designed and what it encourages me to do. And that's, that's how I very much felt playing your work with Journey. I heard about it going in, that it was very positive and beautiful and loving, but you can feel immediately both constrained and enabled to behave in a particular way, and maybe guided is a good way to put it.
Yeah, really, it's more like a choreographer as a game designer, but the players are the dancers on the stage, and yeah. It's interesting to think like how you would want to design a game which make people really mean to each other, and if you have that goal in mind, I felt like many of the design you would end up having is very similar to what the English teenager would like to have.
Yeah, I think there can also be a difference between what they say they'd like and what they might actually like. Introducing new things to someone often will surprise them, I think, and make them feel something that they didn't think they would want to feel, but then they discover that they may. What are there things that you look at for inspiration when it comes specifically to this sort of topic, to guiding people's interactions and guiding the way people treat one another, that you've looked to?
I draw most of my inspiration still from cinema because it's the most close medium to games as a multimedia kind of experience. Cinema often drew their inspiration from novels, sometimes comics. But in the end, we are all just serving the same human. I mean, the guy who's going to play the game is likely to watch a film and listen to music and read a novel. It is all about what emotion you provide them. With cinema, you have over 90% of shared medium compared to video games. Sound, music, animation, dialogue, story, cinematography, composition, editing. It's almost it's so overlapped that I felt like a lot of the techniques in film could still be used to evoke emotion in game. The only thing that the games do that you can't find reference in film is interaction and the social dynamics between people. And so for that, I often go to psychology, sociology. The other thing is you look around you in real life. There's a lot of game design examples. For example, if people are being mean to each other, and you want to design an environment where this interaction makes them be kind to each other, and you can think about in real life what kind of activity you did provided you a similar experience. Like for example, if you go to see a sports event, right? You might be mean to your opponent's team or their fans, but you will be very friendly to other people who's on your side, right? And so what does that mean? Or you can think about like going to a church or something and you behave quite differently, and why is that making you behave differently? Like, is it the people there? Is it the thing they do? Is it singing together really kind of unites you with other people? There's a different type of thing. Like you go to a market. Market is kind of, a flea market is kind of like free for all, and it's very different than going to a Disneyland, in real life. And you can kind of use the real life experience to inspire you, like to figure out what kind of things makes people feel a certain way.
You made an apt comparison or contrast with sports, which I think is always an interesting subject in that it's something that's existed for a very long time. when we work in a medium that, at least in a digital sense, hasn't been around that long. It's nice to look at things like sports or board games to see where they've come from. I'm curious, do you think that you would ever or could see yourself making a competitive game? Do you think that that's at odds with what you're talking about in terms of treating each other with a certain amount of kindness?
Yeah, a lot of people ask me about that because, like, in the end, my goal is not to, like, I'm not here to make these type of games because that's the only thing I want to say. It's more like I feel like there's oversaturation of the opposite emotion, and I felt the medium as a whole is very biased or maybe handicapped, and that's why games are not liked by many people, who want traditional hardcore gamers. So, like, my goal, as I mentioned earlier, is to make many people love this medium, to make games available for more people. So whenever it comes to me, when I think about what kind of game should I make, I always thought about the people who don't enjoy the games right now and what kind of emotion they would need for them to love this medium. It just happened to be most of the people have been making competition games. I felt like those people are quite well served. So, it's not aligned with my goal to serve the same crowd, and I'm not helping the medium.
I think that's well put. We have a comment from the internet that I want to read and get your response to. Chris Abbey says, we had an opportunity to talk to a group of troubled students recently about gaming and escapism. And one of the students dealing with social issues identified the mechanics in Journey. He loved that he was able to interact with another player without completely putting himself out there, as someone would through voice and video chat. So it's interesting, the idea of safety that I think you've also turned something. Anonymity is often something that leads to very negative dynamics, and you found a way to take anonymity and make it a positive thing.
Right. It's interesting because recently I have been researching on the church activity, and one thing the priests in church talk about is how, in the modern society, what is the kind of occasion you can go to a room with all these other people there who you don't know, and you feel you can just let yourself out and just, trust these people that they're not going to mean for you. Sorry, this is phone call. They're not going to be mean to you, and you can trust these people. I thought about it, church is one of the very few locations where I could feel safe to go to. Me, myself, I'm not a Christian. I'm just doing the research, right? What are the other things I felt safe to go to? Actually, Disneyland is one of them because everybody is here to enjoy the park, and everybody paid a lot of money to get in here. So they're not trying to be mean to you and ruin the experience. But, if you are, going for a flash shopping, Black Friday, market, you just don't expect that to happen. And I also find that anonymity is interesting because, many ways, Facebook provided a new way to socialize with people with relatively safe. You can look at other person's photos without feeling like a kind of a pedophile or stalker, which doesn't exist in the traditional. Before Facebook, it was kind of weird if you do that. And I think in many ways, humans' demands on socialization with people are, it's become more diversified. It's like if we're all hungry, any food is fine, but once we have food, we want to have different flavor, different taste. I think socialization is also like that. Now that we're super well connected, we want to have different levels of engagement with people.
It's encouraging for me as someone who's making, digital content, entertainment, to see work like yours, especially as it seems like technology is learning how to do this. It's learning the responsibility and the power that it has to control people's engagements, and that gets more and more real with things like Uber or Airbnb, where suddenly now internet interaction is also fusing into real world and real life trust systems. So I think I have to wrap up. I want to nerd out more about this, but yeah, it's really good talking to you. Thanks for coming by, and happy holidays. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Take care. See you, man. So now I think we're going back to more stories. Amy? Also, Amy, hi. I don't get to talk to you as much.
Hi, Teddy. It's true. I hear about you a lot and how cool Glitch City is and how much Ryan thinks Teddy is cool, but I've never actually met you, so that's cool.
That's nice. Yeah, we love having Ryan and Josh and all of you in to Glitch whenever you like. I think there was one time they just walked in. I think I had they've been trying to reach me, and I was in a meeting or something, and so that I didn't even know they were in town, and then suddenly I hadn't been looking at my phone, and then 2 hours later they came in. I was like, this is the best surprise.
That sounds like my husband. Like, I can't get a hold of you, so I'm just going to show up where you are and hope that works out.
Well, it doesn't. In this case, it works. We'll go for it. Do you want to read more?
Yeah, we just have a few more stories from backers. Just kind of sharing why they backed that dragon cancer and what it meant to them. This first one is from Eric A. Meyer, and he's telling Rebecca's story. Our 5-year-old daughter, Rebecca Allison Meyer, was a seemingly healthy and happy little firecracker of a child when she suddenly became ill in August of 2013. She was found to have a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. While the first tumor was almost entirely removed and she received proton radiation and chemotherapy, another tumor emerged in early 2014 and could not be treated. She died on June 7th, 2014, her 6th birthday. The moment I heard about the Kickstarter for that dragon cancer, I knew I would support it. The only question was in what way. Everything about the project, even the title itself, struck a chord in me. My wife and I talked it over and eventually settled on Patron of the Arts. We will contribute one of Rebecca's drawings to hang on the walls of the hospital ward in the game, a memento of one cancer victim's life embedded in the story of another. But even without that, we would still have backed the project. There's so much about the lives of cancer patients, and especially children with cancer and their families, that is unseen and misunderstood. An experience like that dragon cancer can do so much to help people understand these journeys, the fears and doubts, the terrible decisions that must be made. This project is important, and we're so grateful that the team is making it. Thank you all, and thank you to everyone who contributed to the campaign to make it happen. I remember when Eric first backed and sent us an email, we looked at photos of his daughter, Rebecca, and she is just beautiful and fun. Like, you could just see the spark of life and of energy in her. And I don't know, it was just, it's cool for me to see that his story in a small way will be part of this, and that's what we were hoping for when we started the campaign. The next story here is from Joy Marchand Davis, and she wrote to us. First, here's my story. You can include it or not as suits your purpose. Dear That Dragon Cancer team, here's my story. I've never lost a member of my immediate family to cancer. I've watched friends and extended family members lose their loved ones to cancer from a distance, through letters and phone calls, and most recently, through Facebook. Last year was the first year I started seeing people dying online. They posted updates on their progress until they became too weak, and then their friends and families posted until they died, ending with a final goodbye. I still get birthday reminders from people who have died of cancer and still wish them a happy birthday. Through social media, an increased tender awareness of death has entered my life for the first time. When I saw your game trailer, I closed my laptop and immediately opened my wallet. I contributed as a patron of the arts because I've dreamed of being an artist for over 30 years, but my real life didn't turn out that way. After a year of depression, I took a year off from my job to write that novel, take that photograph, and paint that painting. Then fell into another 6-month depression when I realized that the life purpose supporting my career had taken root, and that all dreams aside, I had to get back to work. Going back to industry broke my heart and saved my life. I work for a biotechnology company in Cambridge, Massachusetts that specializes in finding new treatments for various types of cancer. Day in and day out, instead of creating fantasy worlds in my imagination, I look at laboratory results, baseline disease characteristics, lists of adverse events. How many people died in this study after fighting so hard to live? How many people experienced a significant response and as a result got to live another 6 months or another year? Not enough. Never enough. Daily, I perform my very small, very unglamorous part of searching for treatment, performing quality control reviews on clinical data, reading and correcting hundreds of individual patient narratives that list all of the myriad ways a person's beautiful body breaks down, all of the innumerable, unthinkable ways we human beings suffer before the dragon takes us. The physical suffering, as you well know, is ghastly, incomprehensible to healthy people. I contributed to your project not to memorialize any single person, but to honor both the memory of my childhood dream and the real, individual, painful, valuable life of every patient whose intimate clinical data I handle while doing my small part to fight the dragon. Take my money, please. Go make art. We really loved what Joy wrote because there were 4 different times where they told us that Joel was probably going to die right away. Once you get through kind of their standard plan for your treatment and that fails, your only options are experimental treatments. And so there was just this little glimmer of hope every time they would offer us a clinical trial. Like you knew that the odds that it would actually have a positive impact for your child was maybe 1%. But it was just something like that you could hold on to. And so when we talked with her about her story she sent us, we just said how much that hope mattered in those moments where you're getting the worst news of your life. You've got this 1% thing that you can go, well, maybe, and it just gives you a choice. And sometimes just having a choice to consider, even if you don't end up taking it, is what you need in that moment to feel just a little bit more in control of your situation. So we appreciate the work that people like her do for clinical trials.
Wow.
Joel did 2 clinical trials, so yeah. And our final story that we're going to share right now is from Jack Lehman. He wrote, Daleen was a good person, bright, articulate, funny, fun-loving, goal-oriented, empathetic towards others, and she did not tolerate foolish behavior for long, which is good for guys like us. You will miss her forever. 25 years together. We met on Cypress Island in the San Juan Islands, and our first date was a kayak trip in a fjord area in British Columbia. Lots of adventures since then. 8 years with metastatic colon cancer. As the cancer progressed, Daleen was often able to be okay when traveling or with friends. I talked to her every day. So we will have more backer stories to share in a little bit here. But I'm excited for this next thing we're doing because this is also part of what a backer was contributing to our game.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited about this. Michael, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us and supporting the team. So we have Michael with us, who is an early supporter of the project. And Michael, you had a story of your own in that you had twin sons, right? That you lost that. Born 2 years ago, yeah.
Yes, in September of 2012, my wife went into preterm labor and was at 22 weeks, and she spent 2 weeks in the hospital. And my sons were born on our wedding anniversary at 24 weeks exactly. And our first son, August, he was born. He was 8.5 inches. He weighed 1 pound. He lived for 3 days. And our second son, Sebastian, he was 11.5 pounds. And 11.5 inches, and 1 pound 3 ounces. And he lived for 5 minutes. So.
And Michael sent us a picture from that day, and we're actually Ryan Cousins, who does animation work for the game and art for the game, is going to take that picture and work on it here while we talk to Michael a little bit, and we're just going to convert it into the style of the game. So that's something that can be on the hospital wall too, and people who've backed the project can see that as part of the game.
Everybody, yeah, I'll just be working here in the background.
Perfect.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or continue on.
Wonderful. So you can see that image right there. That's your hand, isn't it, Michael?
No, it's actually my wife's.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's my wife and Augustus when he was in the NICU.
And did you have names picked out for them beforehand?
We decided on names while she was in the hospital for the 2 weeks.
Sure.
So.
Very cool.
So Michael, if I can ask, since I'm also outside of the project of that Dragon Cancer, and I get to look in and be inspired by it, and be warmed by it. Like, what did the project mean to you when you saw it? If you could maybe share a little bit about your feelings when you saw it.
When I watched the Kickstarter video, what really struck me was it's difficult to explain to people when you're going through something like the loss of a child, that even in the short time that we had with them, it's not entirely sad experience. I mean, overall it certainly is, but there are other emotions that are wrapped up into it, and it's difficult for people to get the nuance in that, and trying to discuss the situations with people, it's they're just left with like the negative aspect of what happened. So when I watched the Kickstarter video, the impression that I got was that the game would provide would delve into like that nuance, that you would get both the positive and the negative, and that's what really struck me. I felt like a common experience, even though it's a much different situation, the way that we lost our twins, the way that you lost Joel, that there's still like a common bond there, and I could tell from that video that it was something that I wanted to back.
Mm-hmm. Were your twins your first children?
Yes.
Yes. And do you feel like that experience has changed at all? Just like, I don't know, like the experience of raising Adelaide. And do you have other kids too? I just see beautiful little Adelaide there.
No, Adelaide is the only one that we have now, and I think that I don't want to say that we have more of an appreciation than parents that don't lose a child, but I think that it gives us like a unique perspective on the way that we look at our experiences with her, just because the experiences with them were so short. So.
Sure. I think I see that even a little bit. Joel has a little brother, Elijah, who is now 3. And I find myself finding ways to say yes to him more, just because I realize, like, when he wants to go, like, ride the quarter pony, you know, I think that 2-3 years ago I would have been like, no, we're in a hurry. And now I just think, oh, if Joel was here, like, I would let him ride that pony. So I think I try just a little bit more to appreciate those moments and say yes to more, because I think it just maybe permanently shows you that life is fragile in a way that is true whether or not you've lost a child, but you maybe aren't as aware of unless you've lost a child.
Right, absolutely. I definitely agree.
How old is Adelaide?
She is 8 months.
8 months. Oh, so she must have been, was it March when she was born?
April.
Or early April?
2nd.
Okay. Our Zoe was born April 26th, so she is very similar to our little Zoe. How sweet.
I love to see that the community of backers for the project is a community. You know, we did a Kickstarter for our game for Hyper Light Drifter, which is a very different type of game. And I would say that the collection of backers are very positive and very supportive, but they're all just supportive in sort of what feels like one direction. It feels like they're supporting our efforts, and there isn't this opportunity to have a circular relationship. And it seems like what's really special about your project and about the Kickstarter specifically is that, like, there is this two-way street, that you're having these communications and that you're talking to backers about their experiences and things that aren't just all about yours. Like, that's really beautiful.
Yeah, I think you did a really good job of kind of trying to create that circular relationship, though. Like with you had, you know, like the short demo time, like in late October, right?
Yeah, for the whole month of October.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. The whole month of October, and like trying to invite people to participate, give you feedback. You know, it seemed like you were trying to establish more of that circular relationship with players.
It is important for us to feel like there's a dialogue happening, because with something like Kickstarter, that's I think the point. Even when whether it's personal or not, and our game isn't so much personal to me, but my friend Alex, who created the project, it's a very the story is drawing from his life and from his struggles with health and medical problems. And so I think to him and for all of us supporting him, there is a feeling of like we want to encourage that back and forth. We want him to feel the love that he got a lot of, because I know he was getting stories from people as well, like trying to or relating that they'd had similar experiences. And I think it's really special.
And Ryan Cousins, can you show us or talk to us a little bit about what you're doing there as you're kind of taking a real life photo and putting it in the low poly style of the game?
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through this image and kind of accentuate points that I think are compelling to the story, and also share a common thread with that dragon cancer. Also converting it into kind of our low poly style, and trying to add little embellishes to it, and kind of give it an overall feel. So
okay.
Right now, I think I'm going to use a little more modeling to kind of give it a little more edge treatment for the low poly feel.
Okay.
Michael, can I ask you? I'm curious about your relationship with games and whether you play many or how you're drawn to them, or whether this is a sort of new area for you with that dragon cancer.
No, I've been playing them since the Atari 2600, so for quite a while.
You have the headset for it, so you got that going.
Right. And I continue to play quite a bit. My wife actually plays a considerable amount. Her big game is Team Fortress 2, so she can't put that down.
Is it new for you? Like, have you seen many games that you feel speak to you more directly? I mean, something like Team Fortress 2 is a brilliant game and really fun, and you can really have a lot of joy through something like that. But the subject matter is very different. Have you been exposed to any games like this before, or is this new to you?
I think I'm not sure this is like any other game that I've ever seen. As far as games that you have an emotional attachment to, or can have a sort of emotional reaction to, The Walking Dead by Telltale. Just the relationships between the characters, you became really invested, and I will admit that there were the ends of certain chapters that it got a little dusty in the room, let's say. And I think that's not something that would have happened prior to losing my sons. I don't think I would have had the same connection to in that game. It's Clementine. So I think what happened to me sort of brought me closer to some of the stories that are contained in games. But as far as I can't really think of another game that looks as emotional as that Dragon Cancer will be.
You mentioned Walking Dead, and that was something that was special for me too, because in a similar way that I feel when I listen to you and Amy talking, because I don't have children, I don't have that experience, and so, but I want to empathize, I want to understand, and to a lesser extent, Walking Dead does that too. There's a lot of parenting in that game, with Clementine and this feeling of like teaching a child and caring for them, and this two-way relationship. So that and to an even more direct degree with that Dragon Cancer gives me an opportunity as someone who would otherwise feel very, very outside to feel as though, well, I can get in a little bit. I can get one step closer to being able to empathize and feel closer to.
Yeah, it does it in a very slick way. You don't actually realize that it's happening, but by the end of the game, you do feel like this paternal instinct towards Clementine as Lee. So.
Michael, if we could jump back just a teeny bit, it just really struck me what you talked about, just the time in the hospital not being what people would expect it to be. And I guess I have a lot of memories of just the time with Joel and my husband in the hospital, and it was different because we had 3 kids by the time Joel was diagnosed, but I feel like there was just a sense that nothing else in the world mattered. You know, we were just right there with him, and just that sense of intimacy with Ryan and with Joel. And I wonder if you could just describe maybe briefly if there was a sweetness to your time with your twins in the hospital.
There was, my wife and I, we were, because of her condition, we were essentially by ourselves. She couldn't really, if she got too upset, it could induce the labor further. So we didn't think that she would be able to handle visits and a lot of communication with the outside because she would get too upset. So we spent a lot of time just together during those 2 weeks, and it really brought us a lot closer. I mean, there were happy moments, there were sad moments. I mean, every day a doctor is coming in and giving you not great news. You're just hoping that you can get to the next day to try and give them a better chance.
Yeah.
So I still look, when Adelaide was born, it was at the same hospital, and it's something that I actually feel like some comfort at that hospital. From the, guess from the bonding experience that we had while we were there. So.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
I really, it's been really special for me to be able to hear you sharing, Michael, and you too, Amy. But thank you so much for joining us. I think we have to move on to the next part of the show. I'm really excited to see how Ryan's piece ends up.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for having us on, and congratulations on getting back.
Yes, thank you, Michael. It was nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Bye, Adelaide. Hi, Ruben.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us. We're catching up with the schedule here a little bit, but I'll just jump right in. Would you mind introducing yourself and your work?
Thank you guys for having me, and congratulations. My name is Ruben Farrus, and I work for Minority Media. We released Papo.io, a game for PlayStation 3 and Steam a couple of years ago, and which some people liked. And this year we released the Spirits of Spring OS, and it's another game. It's a remake that they very much focused on the narrative and like human stories. And in this case, Spirits of Spring is a game about how we deal with bullying and how important is friendship when you are in this sort of situation.
It's a powerful game. It's beautiful as well.
Thank you.
Have you had similar experiences that Dragon Cancer has had with people reaching out to you to share stories and connect with you in that way?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the most shocking things for me that happened, even while making the game, was that as soon as we started talking about, in this case, bullying, everyone had a story to share. Like, it's something that I worked in other games and I never got this sort of feedback right away. Like with bullying, for example, like we all went through some sort of bullying when we were kids. Now, when I was talking to some of the guys in the office, they have kids, and now they're worried about their kids going through that phase too. So, and myself, I went through bullying in primary school and secondary school. So yeah, a lot of stories.
Do you find, I'm always curious about when working on a project that's that personal, the balance between it feeling uplifting to connect with people who have those stories versus the difficulty I would imagine there is in being very deep in that subject a lot or all day sometimes. How do you deal with that, or is that a challenge for you?
Yeah, like what is funny, I think what's funny of making these sort of games is that it's a bit like doing therapy, and it's like you really have to be honest with yourself, and so you have to dig deep in your memories, in in the sort of like the feeling that you want to communicate through the game design to your players. And so you definitely have to revisit like dark moments and like difficult experience that you had, but also then you have to think of the message that you want to give at the end. So in my case, for example, in the Spirit of Spring, was very important for me that we gave a message of hope at the end, more than actually giving any sort of hard lesson or any sort of like strategy for you to apply in real life. It was more about, you know, like life is love and is pain, and you know, like there is pain, but there is hope also as well. You know, we learn from everything, so there is hope, definitely hope at the end.
Yeah, I think it's important to find sort of joy at the end, or even inside of difficult subjects when they're sort of all-encompassing or consuming.
Absolutely, yeah.
What's why do you make games specifically? Like,
I think it's, for many of us it starts, or at least for me it started like you play games when you're a kid and you love them, and then one day you find out that there's this thing called game design, and sort of like you start looking under the hood and like you start figuring out how it works, and it's exciting because for the first time you understand how it works, and you go through different phases, and in my case at some point when like I've been a game designer for 7 years now, and at some point it was like, okay, so I looked under the hood and I see how it works, now what, you know?
Yeah.
And for me, like especially after joining Minority Media, was like I saw the potential for this medium that we had around for like maybe 30 years, and like I saw, you know, like you all grew up also as well, and like I turned 30 last year, and sometimes life delivers some punches that you were not expecting, and you're like, and then you realize why there is no video game that can help me, you know, talk about this or like think about this, while there is, you know, there's definitely plenty of movies and books that in a sort of indirect way they help you deal with your real life.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I realized that video games was a perfect way to put people in these sort of experiences, even more so than books or movies, and that's what right now it's like I'm very passionate about it. That how we use the medium to talk about this.
Were there games that gave you hope that would be possible, or do you feel like you largely looked outside of games for inspiration? Like, people doing work already.
I found hope in video games, and you look back at movies and books because we building up on them. We sort of like I feel like we like the next big evolution in like in how we communicate the human experience.
They're standing on their shoulders, perhaps.
Yes. So you look back and what they do well, you know, and what they do well is like communicate empathy and like talk about the human experience. But then you have to figure out how what we're doing now in games. I feel that we're just getting started, you know, with games like Journey, games like Gone Home, or games like that Dragon Cancer. We just getting started that path towards a medium that will allow us with our own tools, interactivity, then talk about what's the human experience and the sort of human stories.
What kind of response do you feel that you get from people when you go to like a show to show the game and you put it in front of people and you're sitting next to, I don't know, something much more video gamey like what we do? Yeah. Like, is it a challenge to get people confused, or like what's that like?
I think it's a process. It's a process. You get definitely some like funny faces. not everyone fully understands the power that we have in our hands. But we also have a responsibility to our medium. You know, it's our job to push, to learn how to use this medium to do this, and it's okay, you know, like there is more video game, like more traditional video games next to you, and they have their own place too. It's just our responsibility to like see what we can do, you know, that hasn't been done yet.
Do you find that when someone's in a setting like in a PAX or something, it's very erratic and fast, and people just kind of go from one thing to the next? Do you feel like, are there times where someone will play it and just miss the point, or do you feel like you have to create a space to force them to understand what they're getting into? You know?
You have to create the space. It's like it's like trying to read a good book in a trade show, or trying to like get into like the deeper points of a movie in a loud trade show with like 100 people around you. Even play testing your game, like sometimes you cannot do the same sort of like focus group, or it's much more a personal, individual experience, and yeah, you have to adapt to that, and sort of, I guess there is some part of like an educational job that we have to do to like, you know, explain people why like when they play it in a trade show, you know, we should encourage them to play it at home when they're by themselves, or when they're like with loved ones, and you know.
When it's been possible, when I've seen That Dragon Cancer present at trade shows, they always do a phenomenal job of trying to carve out a space. It's really hard to do. And they'll set up, like, they'll black it out, they'll make it dark, they'll put a lamp and a desk, and try to get you at least in a headspace of less buzzing.
Well, that's very good.
So
it's necessary.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to get any sort of real impact on someone, if it's valuable. What are you working on now?
So we're working on we experimenting with VR. We have a project that we want to do for VR glasses, and it's super interesting. Like many of the lessons that we learn about game design, they don't work anymore. You have to like ask yourself like the very basics again, and but there's a lot of opportunities for storytelling, or for connecting, making a connection between your players and characters that are in the world, you know. It's more intimate, more personal. So right now I'm having a lot of fun, like exploring that new twist.
It sounds interesting. I've only had limited experiences playing around with VR. I feel like I would be worried that I have the opposite problem, which is, you know, typically I'm trying so hard to get someone into the game and focused, and like we're talking about trade shows. I would worry maybe that it's like you can step too far with VR. It could be too much for someone.
Yeah, definitely there is like boundaries that
right?
You have to set, but it's very easy for people to. That's also the scary part, right? It's very easy for people to get in. They get in right away, and yeah, but it's sort of also uncharted territory.
Wow. Yeah, it's man, I'm excited to see what you do with VR. That'll be really special.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's all the time I get to talk to you for. I think they're gonna make me. I'm just like being puppet. I think I have to move on, which is so upsetting.
Move on. Let's move on. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure. Very much so. I've been looking forward to talking to you. I love your work, and I'm very happy you're making games. So thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you very much. We'll talk soon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ruben.
Bye. Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hey, That Dragon Cancer team.
Want to do an update?
I feel like we've been sitting next to each other but not talking for so long.
Yes.
Are we?
So I think we're being asked to do an update on where we're at on the
Oh,
Kickstarter.
yeah.
Ooh, do it.
Let me refresh. We are just shy of 103,000 with 3,612 backers. Just shy of 103.
Awesome.
About $43 away.
You have just over 2 hours left.
With 2 hours left, we got this. 103,000.
And what will happen if we...
What happens if we hit 110?
Yeah.
Beyond me jumping up and down and dancing.
And champagne and stuff.
Champagne.
So yeah, at 110,000, we mentioned this a couple updates ago. Again, like, we just really want to share other people's stories, and some of the people on the stream who've been, listening in have been able to get kind of an early glimpse at, how moving they are and how, I don't know, just precious, I guess, they are. And we would really love to compile a lot of those stories. Like, we have, all this art from backers at higher tiers. And so we want to compile that into a PDF art book. And, some people will be submitting photos. Some people are submitting children's drawings, and even art that they've done themselves. We were able to have a fundraiser for Extra Life when we went to PAX this year, and had kind of a theme about the day I faced that dragon. So yeah, it's just been great to share other people's stories, and hopefully if we hit 110, we'll be able to share those with all of our backers. And it's just to reiterate on that, it's a non-commercial art book, so it's really just a gift to backers for the special stories that they have. So, oh hey, look at that, Telltale.
We have friends.
We have friends.
People.
Look at all those people.
There's so many bodies in one room. Hey guys.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
This is everyone that works at Telltale, right?
All the games.
Yes, all of them. Yes, they do everything.
The new game studio just started. Telltale.
Brand new Telltale. Tell.
It's great to meet. We haven't really met yet. It's great to meet all you guys by our faces being shared over the internet. I know Juan, of course, we're old buddies. Juan made a great Mr. T at Halloween. I don't know if you guys saw that, but
Rocco actually made a great taco.
Yeah, Rocco was a phenomenal taco.
Oh, and that's the taco dog? Oh man! All right, we're gonna have to talk more about that dog later. Well, let's just dive right in because we're like chugging. You guys, of course, are known for making stories, for making interactive stories in games, and pushing that forward and working very hard to do new things with story in games. So I'm obviously a massive fan, especially you guys working in the episodic space, which is just so rich. But let's, if we could, I don't know how we can do this best, but talk a little bit personally from each of you about why you're doing this. Not this live stream. Like what's important to you? Something small that's important to you about making games or being a part of games or making stories or just a little bit of something.
Oh, you had a pretty good. I think you should start. So hi, I'm Juan. I'm one of the assistant producers here. For me, like stories have always been, or interactive medium, games in this case, have always been a way to like really convey certain emotions and be able to pull out place a player or a user in a specific place, and through design you're able to convey certain emotions and messages and guide them into a different understanding of what you want them to do. Sometimes it can be very like emotional, like an understanding, like an empathetic story, such as That Dragon Cancer. Sometimes it can be a fun story. Sometimes it can just be an adventure. Games to me have like always mattered. As a little kid, I used to lose myself in stories, and I kind of want to just pay that forward and make sure that I make something of that substance for all those other people that are out there, looking for something to escape, their problems or issues, or trying to relate or empathize with others, etc.
Cool. Thanks, Juan. Let's just keep going.
Rocco?
Yeah.
We can go around. Hi, I'm Becky. I'm a cinematic artist here at Telltale, and I think one of the most unique things for me working at Telltale, working in interactive stories in general, is just the ability to sort of role play as somebody who you might not understand otherwise. And I think that's why people like the post-apocalyptic genre so much, because you can role play as somebody going through something traumatic without going through something traumatic yourself. And I think one of my favorite experiences here has been actually, my favorite scene working on at Telltale thus far was the cutting Clementine's hair in season 1. And why that was interesting to me and why I wanted to work on it is because it's an interesting turning point for Clementine as a character. She's lost all of her mother figures at that point, and it was just really, like, it felt very personal. Even though I've never experienced anything like that, it felt very personal, like you're role-playing as Lee at that point, but you experienced what it's like to be a little girl, sort of alone. And I think that was really an interesting role-playing moment. And I think that's very powerful in sort of an imaginary way.
Yeah, that was powerful to include. I mean, it's one of the beautiful moments you guys do of finding reading room to do interaction, and to make an interaction really meaningful, in addition to the dialogue that forms sort of the foundation of the game.
Hi, I'm Molly. I am concept artist on Tales from Borderlands. I think you're going to hear a lot of similar stories out of us. I think there's a similar thread that pulls us all to Telltale, but I'm the same way. I've been a gamer my whole life, and one of the things about video games is you get to be in these incredible circumstances, doing these amazing things, but very few games put the emphasis on player relationships, character relationships, the way that I feel like we've been trying to do here, and that is really important to me emotionally, like being able to feel for what these people are feeling. I mean, even you look at Borderlands, it's a fantastic universe, it's really cool, it's very exciting, but one of the things I love that we were able to do in Tales from Borderlands is kind of work on who are these people, and why are you, like, Pandora is a crazy place. What are people like who actually live here? Like, what kind of people do they have to be? How crazy is that, Yeah. And getting to do stuff like that, I mean, as a concept artist, getting to help develop these incredible worlds is fantastic. But that's one of the reasons I actually backed That Dragon Cancer. I played it at Indicate with you on, actually. I cried like a baby. I have never played something like that. And that's what it comes back to, lifelong gamer, but things that make you feel, like, that is the transcending media, like that is what makes games truly special. So
that's really, I think what's made the experience of playing Telltale games more and more special has been, for me at least, like the subject matter getting, I'm trying to find the right word. I don't want to say intense, I don't want to say dark, I just want to say like tackling harder subjects, or tackling...
Weightier,
thank you, Josh. And maybe instead of just going around and same question to everyone, feel free to jump in with, making these questions personal and talking about your own experience. But that's something I'm curious about. It's like, over time at Telltale, like how the process has changed, or how just the feeling of creating these games has changed as the subject matter is getting more intense and more, like perhaps more biting, to your own experiences.
Yeah. I think one of the things that like really draws me to That Dragon Cancer is the autobiographical sense of it, and I've met Ryan and I've met Josh, and I've never, I can't imagine what the real world scenario of a situation like that would be, but I know that through this medium I can be a little bit closer and bridge that gap, and that's why I think this medium is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean,
My name is Ryan. I'm also a cinematic artist, so I love his name, by the way, Ryan. But it's kind of funny how video games, like in my journey, has kind of changed. At first, yeah, it was an escape. I grew up in a house where physical abuse was quite normal, and video games was my way to escape, to kind of get away from all the anger and that kind of stuff. And slowly but surely, actually, when I got into more story-type games, the LucasArts classics and that kind of thing, it became even more real, a way to escape. But then shortly thereafter, I got more into art, and it just worked up more and more into something I wanted to do with my life. I wanted to help other people get past some of the stuff maybe that they were going through, a way to get away from that seriousness and hardship and that can happen in life. And through a lot of different things that happen, I found myself here at Telltale, a company that is geared towards making stories. And now I've gone from games helping me to escape to now creating games that actually help me to, I guess one could say, exercise some of my own demons. And so it was interesting enough. I worked on the Season 2, Episode 1 of The Walking Dead, the scene where with the dog. And I had a dog who was my best friend in the entire world. His name was Tank. He was this English bulldog. He was freaking awesome. And as dogs, when they get to the end of their life, when I had to take him in and put him down, he had a collapsed lung. And so when they did the syringes of him passing away, it actually started suffocating him. And so it almost felt like I'd run over the doctor. I didn't have time to say goodbye. I put my face right in front of his face and made sure the doctor did it proper, and to make sure I was the last thing he saw. And so going through that, I was able to actually take my experiences of losing someone I really loved.
Yeah.
And so when I was creating that scene with the dog, as harsh as it was, actually behind the scenes, I was calling the dog Tank, to give you an idea of how I was trying to stay connected, make sure I gave it the proper respect that it deserved. And it helped me actually get through some of my own stuff. But when people came over to my desk, they're like, how's it going? I'm like,
yeah. That's beautiful. So how do you think the result in that scene in the game, do you think the resulting interaction with the player or the world or atmosphere that you built would have been different had you not had that experience to inform your decisions?
Yeah, because I feel like having that personal experience can connect you as a creator. It's the difference between experiencing something and then trying to help other people through it than reading up on something and trying to portray it. And so I think being able to experience something like that and go through it can be very powerful and very, it can be a good experience to help others through those specific moments.
We were talking earlier about the difference between biography and autobiography, where That Dragon Cancer is very autobiographical. And what you're talking about almost sounds like method acting. So trying to
yeah, very much a
great way to put it.
I think I'm passing the baton to Josh and John over there, right? Because we don't know.
Yeah, Teddy needs a break. He's pro.
I set myself up and I was like, everything looks great, and then I was like, I don't have any food within reach. Like, what do I do for 4 hours?
You don't need food. Come on.
I might sit here and watch because I want to hear what you guys have to say. But if I step up at some point, it's only because my body's dying, not because of
Yeah. I just had one more little thing along this train of thought. So, I mean, you were talking about how you feel like your experience really informed it. It's kind of interesting because in order for that to happen, it seems like games would have to give us something special that connects to real life. What do you think that thing is? You know, like, it's obviously not just the imagery of what you went through that connects it to video games in a special way. There has to be something else. Have you thought about that much?
I think it's really the role playing. I mean, you have to make that decision at that moment of what you're going to do with the dog in the game, and you really have to role play that decision. And I think that getting into the character's head is what we really strive for.
I mean, the key point is there's no pause in life, right? And so in that moment, we give you a set amount of time, just kind of like, when I was looking at my dog and he was having the breathing problems, it's not like I could hit pause and, think this through. I had to make a snap decision. I had to run to the doctor and say, okay, I don't have time to say goodbye, but he is suffering. Put him down, please, right now. And, I quickly just ran there. My nose was touching his nose when he passed away. And I think in games you can create those moments if you think about it, create the timing about it, and make it so that people, they have to live in the moment. They can't pause. They can't go anywhere else. They have to make that decision now, like you would in real life.
I think that's Joe Veer from Telltale. I think that's kind of what's kind of brought us all together, and this topic itself in general is just why games matter and why is it so much stronger than any other medium. Why is it stronger than TV and film and books? We're fortunate enough to be working in universes that stem from all of those things, but why is it that that games seem to have this stronger power to them? And that's just because when you put the player or the user or the consumer or the person experiencing that story in the driver's seat and it's personalized to them, and they're the one driving that story, they're the one making these decisions. This isn't just something that they're watching. This is something that they're an active participant of. And just as Becky said, they're role playing. They are in those shoes, and the same amount of emotional attachment and pain and suffering and stress of certain decisions and situations it's on the player, and it's on the person who's driving that experience, and that's just that's really at its core why games have become and are so much more powerful, and are arguably the most powerful medium in entertainment, or even if you don't want to call it entertainment, in art. And it's, I think, why we all love working on everything. So
it's a sense of authorship, it's a sense of ownership. It's like when you watch a movie, you place yourself in a character's shoes, but it's from this omniscient, almost like you're hovering over it kind of point of view, but when you're actually interacting, then it becomes your story. So it's that same kind of emotional response, but now you're in the driver's seat,
And that's the thing, I think, is like there are certain fundamental human condition things that it doesn't matter if you're in the zombie apocalypse, it doesn't matter if you're on Pandora, it doesn't matter where you are. Like, certain things speak to everyone. And so it's like no matter what kind of story you're telling, it's about those moments that are universal, that make games personal and special, regardless of where they're set.
I think there's just so much to be learned from that as well. I mean, like, we're all born from this generation that's before this connected era, before the digital world really came to be, and it's we've learned from literature and film growing up, and it's so. Yeah. One of the most interesting things that's happened, I'd say, at Telltale over the last 3 years, is we've had so many teachers outreach and just email like, "Hey, I'm teaching a class on ethics and morals, and do you have any Steam codes?" Here's 30 Steam code. This is M-rated. It's like, okay, no, it's fine. We're going to get your parents to sign a paper, and just seeing our generation then sort of use the tools and the art and the entertainment of today, stuff that we're making and other developers are making, to teach students and really, instead of just reading or just watching, really participating in certain experiences where they really can learn something, and everyone learns by having a different, unique experience to themselves that they can discuss. And that's just been awesome. Every time we get an email from a teacher, I'm just blown away, and it's just so cool. So
yeah, I remember when those first articles came out. It was pretty wild.
Yeah.
So we have a few questions from the audience, people who are watching the stream. You guys were just talking about ownership and decision making, and kind of it seemed like the general concept of player agency. And so one of the people here, I think I Midrus, something like that, is asking I'd love to hear if they have interesting thoughts on how to expand player agency in the kind of story-heavy games they make. So you're talking about player agency and wondering how to expand that.
There's a follow-up there, too, that says, right, with the earlier question, the design balance between taking a player through a defined story and opening up an experience for them to explore is a tight one. Any thoughts on agency and message?
Agency.
Seems like a writer
Well,
question.
in general, I mean, we have directors here, cinematic artists, and testers, and marketing. Like we all think about that stuff all the time and how we can really push the players harder and put them in situations where they have more and more to think about. You know, it varies per project. You know, sometimes it's meant to be high stress and obviously more harrowing, stuff like Walking Dead and Game of Thrones. Sometimes it's just meant to be a lot more fun and completely goofy and just off the wall, like in Borderlands. But you know, any time where we're thinking about, it's interesting because if you, this is something we started doing in the last couple of series. In the opening credits, you'll see something that we call interactive story by, and you'll see usually the lead writer and then also the lead designer kind of credited together. People don't necessarily know what that means. What that means is, you know, while we have lots of writers working on each project, maybe someone who's leading sort of the charge, and lots of designers, maybe one designer leading the charge, it's really where writing and design come together that story is kind of written by them. Even though one's a writer, one's a designer, the interactive story is kind of one thing that's married. And anytime we're designing or writing, we are always thinking about how we can give players the most agency as possible in dialogue, in scenario, in you know, tough choices or even seemingly not tough choices. It's really just a matter of where we're taking the story and where we want to let the player take the story. Sure. You know, we try and push it wherever we need to push it, and sometimes that happens conscientiously, and sometimes that happens by accident. Yeah. I think, honestly, like, if you look back 3 years ago, really Clementine herself, like, you know, no one really knew for sure 100% if that character was going to work or gonna really resonate with anyone. But sure enough, as the season went along, like, it just kind of happens organically. And I think we're always thinking about that and hoping we can put more and more agency in the hands of the players. But it's kind of something that is less scientific, but just kind of happens by will of having it on top of mind.
Yeah. I mean, agency is a strange thing, and it's something that I've been thinking about lately. Like, what exactly makes a choice impactful? And I think a lot of times agency is held up by the situations that are before it and after it. You know, what's happening before it? What are the stakes now? And how do you feel about it later? And that's kind of like what I've been trying to figure out. I think that's kind of the, you know, it's like a sandwich. You know, you have your bread on both sides, and then you have your meat in the middle. So it's like figuring out the bread, and then the meat is just like,
you have to have the right amount of lettuce.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you guys were talking about she just now. We have another comment here from Janelle. I like that Telltale has a good representation of women. It's hard to find women in video games.
We have a Janelle right here.
It's not me.
Oh.
Hi.
But yeah, it's hard to find women in video game companies, as well as find games that appeal to girls that would get them interested in game creation. Can you speak on that a little?
Yeah, we actually have a pretty high percentage.
We're doing pretty good.
And yeah.
I mean, look at this room.
I mean, I don't know, what we were talking about earlier that made me think, just like, games are so much more immersive in a way that films, like you were saying, and books and comics aren't, because you're sort of watching from an omniscient third-person perspective, and games can immerse you in a way that those mediums can't. And I think, you know, we've all been watching this industry for the past few months, and there's a lot of hatred because people are mad that their whatever is being taken away from them. But I think that, you know, the fact that a game that, like our game, lets you play as a 10-year-old girl or whatever, you know, a person who lives on a different planet, I think that kind of experience can help that
hatred go away if you're allowed to experience something that is outside of your life. I think that is what makes games cool, and I think what makes them so powerful. And I don't know, I feel like if you don't think that anything that a 10-year-old girl experiences is worth anything in your life, that you think, I don't know.
No, I think I see what you're saying. It's like it's kind of like the idea that video games can.
Experiences that are worth something to you.
Yeah.
That you can learn from. That
you look as a female gamer. I've spent my entire life playing as guys, and I have a great time. You know, like I enjoy being Nathan Drake just as much as the next girl. So you know, it's like to say that you know you can't get something out of say being a 10-year-old girl or being Fiona. It's a diverse point of view, and it's fun to be able to work on games that let us do that. Like, I feel special that we get to make those games.
Yeah. I think one thing that we do really well as a studio is being open to other people's ideas. Like I've always felt, even though I'm a cinematic artist, so I'm further down the line from the writing and design process, I've always felt able to like sort of voice my concerns and been like, hey, this was an experience that I had as a little girl. Maybe we can use this. And there's a lot of like brainstorming that you bring in other people's stories, and that's really valuable from a role-playing standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, our writing and designing staff are really good at working with us whenever we have ideas or whatnot.
Yeah, it's a very multiple thing, which
Yeah.
is nice.
Yeah.
We all kind of work together. There's no ego.
Yeah.
Blocking things.
Except for Rocco. Jesus.
Yeah,
Such a diva.
Yeah, speaking of Rocco, actually, Ryan just told me Amy wants to see Rocco do a trick.
Here's the
Make him flip, Juan.
You can't really sit on
Yeah.
Not feeling
Dog on table.
Dog on a table.
Yay.
Guys, I missed it.
It's dog on a table. What?
I had it on Amy's question and it wasn't showing.
Ryan said he had it on Amy's question and people weren't able to see the trick, so people missed this trick.
They're going to do it again.
That was amazing. He's very
One more time. You'll never believe it.
It was Assassin's Creed type stuff, Gabe.
It was one thing like that.
Maybe this time he can just walk around on the table or something.
Yeah, as opposed to before, you know.
As opposed to before.
This is when we test your storytelling ability. What happened? Tell us a story now.
No, don't make me.
He's a very cute dog.
Yeah, Joel really loved dogs, so.
Oh yes.
Yay! Awesome. Yeah. Joel really loved dogs, so we saw that, and we saw you had a dog in the background. We were like, oh my gosh, the dog totally has to be part of the team interview here.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
Yeah, so we have dogs all over.
Yeah.
Oh really? What are some of the other dogs you guys have?
Nacho.
Momo. Momo's the original Telltale.
Yeah.
We got this dog that tends to take on crime detective work with this rabbit.
Crazy.
Really, what's his name? He likes that.
So we have another question here. Let's see, kind of a question for Telltale's guys. As people who make games based more on storytelling, what do you think of more arcade games which are just made to make the player have fun?
We like those a lot.
Yeah, we like those too.
Fun is terrible. Fun is awful.
Tell me fun.
You should never have fun.
Just crying. Just crying.
Yeah.
We want to make him cry 24/7.
That's the thing too. Is like sometimes I'll you know, some people, our philosophy is, you know, with a Telltale game, you're going to play the story, and the story is the game. And, you know, it's you know, some people, you know, will still try and wrestle with the idea, like, is a Telltale game like even a game? It's like, yeah, it's a game. Like, we make games for Telltale Games. That's it. Sorry. But I mean, it's you know, it's interesting. We get that sometimes, but But we love all games. You know, we all like to play all kinds of things, and racing games, arcade games. We're all hooked on Geometry Wars. We play a lot of Hearthstone and Minecraft here in the office.
Nice.
Yeah, but Nidhogg Trophy.
Nidhogg Trophy.
Yeah,
Oh man.
We like to get together and hang out and have Halloween parties and deck parties and a lot of Smash Brothers and Mario Kart. We play games without story at all the time. Like it's fine. Like it's we're open to everything. We love everything. We're big gamers, and there are many different kinds of games. We happen to make games where the story is the game.
Yeah.
That's it.
We play games for different reasons, They give you different feelings, different experiences, so it's like, I think all games are good, it just depends on what you want at the time.
Yeah.
Over there.
Then we're just sweeping the fur off the table.
It's kind of like it's a question that's almost obtuse, as like, what kind of TV or movies do you watch?
Yeah, right. Or what kind of books do you like to read?
That's passive entertainment, and then there's interactive entertainment. And the scope and the wide range of interactive entertainment is just so vast and so broad that, I think it's fair that everything on the side of interactive can and should. It's fine to call them all games. That's why it's silly to argue. But we play everything. There's just so many different things out there, and we love it, and we try and consume as much as we can.
Yeah. Speaking of broad experiences, we have another question again from Janelle, the internet Janelle, not Telltale. Games based on classic literature would be awesome. To play as Jane Austen would be brilliant. Have you guys ever thought about making a...
I would play the shit out of that game.
Wasn't there an MMO Kickstarter?
There was a Pride and Prejudice MMO Kickstarter.
Oh,
Renee.
Yeah. It's really cool. I actually need to check up on that.
I think the army of people begging for a Downton Abbey game would get...
Okay, Downton Abbey, like 3...
Press smash A to sip teacups.
My mom would actually play that one.
I would play that. I would not. That's so hard.
Yeah, our friend Renee is working on that. It's Everjane is what it's called. The Jane Austen MMO. Yeah.
Then that did get back. That's awesome.
One suggestion is H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh, another suggestion was H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh yeah.
You guys thought about that? I mean, that's kind of like several of your, the IP that you guys do is kind of.
We're working on that, but I think we got the memo wrong, and it was HR Puffin stuff. Cancel it.
You could have that bard rating, but it's your sanity.
I mean, I don't think anything's off limits or undoable.
Yeah. As long as special guest star.
Special guest star. Is he coming in here?
Yeah, he's coming in here.
Yeah. Come on in.
I actually got to step out, so this is a good transition.
Hey, so we've actually just been joined by Dan Connors, the co-founder and CEO of Telltale, who was wondering why. And we are on live with the Why Games Matter stream. And
Hi.
Dan Connors.
Wow, it's an honor to have you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thanks for making time.
So we have a question for you.
Okay.
Hold on just a second here. Okay, Ryan's sharing it now. How do you guys feel about the influence of your studio on the rest of the industry? We see stuff like Dragon Age Inquisition, Wolfenstein: The New Order, etc.
Well, I think we've pretty much always been about storytelling at Telltale since we started, even from back in the day when we were at Lucas. So, I feel like we've been trying to carry on and figure out ways to do it in the best way possible. And I think that other people probably look at us just like we look at other people and see what's going on and see different things that are happening. But I'm certainly proud that people can look at Telltale and say, hey, drama's possible, and real good storytelling is really possible within games, because I do think for a long time it was thought to be impossible to do. So I think that's a good thing, and I think it's a good thing for all games to know that you can create something that's compelling and people can get in there and interact with the story in a real way.
Yeah. So, did you see yourselves like growing to the level that you have, or I mean, you're talking about your players buying into your vision. Did you understand that they would, buy into it to the degree that they have? Like, you guys are so huge now, not only in terms of the success of your titles, but the range of like amazing things that you get to work on.
Well, thank you first. I don't know. I think we just felt like if we committed to really working on marrying storytelling and gameplay together, that there was a real opportunity and demand and need for it. So even when we were working with like CSI back when we first started out, that was one of the biggest franchises in the world. So there's always been a need for hey, how do you take something that people are really showing that they enjoy, that's compelling, that's entertaining, and make it available to people who love interactivity and love to game. And once we figured that out, the floodgates opened as far as people saying, wow, there's a new way to tell my story, there's a new way to reach people on devices that I haven't been able to reach them on. And I think for any storyteller, the idea that you can get feedback from an audience and respond to it is very traditional feeling and very much like a campfire type of feeling. So I think it's exciting for all storytellers as a way to do something new. Film and TV have been doing a lot of the same things for a long time, and they keep getting better and better, but interactivity opens up infinite possibility, and I think that's the most exciting thing, and that's what I've loved about being in games for 20 years. So I'm happy we're here now, and obviously Game of Thrones and Walking Dead are incredible source material, and that just, we're standing on the shoulders of giants in that respect. George R.R. Martin, who crafted the story, and Robert, we're just so blessed that they let us work with their stuff and put our spin on it. So it's a mutual type, everybody lifts all boats, I guess, and we're proud to be part of it.
The funny thing is, actually, I would like to add also to that, their success, Dan and then Kevin Bruner, it's almost like they fed into themselves, because I played the games that they helped create from LucasArts when I was a kid that made me a fan of story-driven games, and that then fed into me being able to come here and work with them at Telltale. And so you go from a gamer fan to then somebody that wants to work in this industry, and then you get a chance to, like you said, giants. I got a chance to work with you guys here, so...
No, it's true. I nerd out all the time here. It's absolutely insane. My boss, like people working on Grim Fandango, and I got grounded playing Game of who worked on this stuff. It's like being around celebrities.
Yeah, Dave Logan. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
I'm just born.
Josh, this is an amendment to your question. I just wanted to say to you guys, with Hyperlight Drifter, we made a decision early on to have no text and no words. So there's no speech of any kind, there's no text. And I still refer your games all the time. Like, I use you guys as a strong reference for storytelling. So for what it's worth, I think, like, you're doing powerful work, not just in the concept of interactive dialogue, but just in interactive narrative in general. I think it's really terrific.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that's all the time that we have for you guys. We're moving on to Courageous Cards Kickstarter, but we are so grateful for you sharing our campfire with us. And thank you so much for joining us, everyone. And yeah, it's definitely a special treat to have so much support from you guys, not only through our Kickstarter, but through everyone being willing to join us. So.
Yeah, keep up the great work.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
Love you, Juan.
Just close
out.
Hi, everybody. Hey, Josh.
Hello. Sherry. Are you there?
Make some more.
Hi there. Oh, we're switching. Hi, guys.
Hello. Hey, Ryan.
Hi. Oh. I decided to join. I've been tech directing for the last 2 hours, which is lots of fun.
What a theater guy.
It's crazy. It's a good thing I had that high school TV production experience. I think it really helped. Anyway, I wanted to come on here because I wanted to talk to Sherry Sherman and her niece. Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Nicole.
Nicole, nice to meet you. And so what I wanted to do here is during our Kickstarter, Sherry reached out to us, and she asked if we would do a shout out for their Kickstarter, which is called Courageous Cards. And the thing I find so intriguing about Courageous Cards is, well, first, why don't I have Sherry explain what the idea is, and then we'll talk a little bit about it and why I think it's so compelling. So take it away, Sherry.
Okay. Hi. Thank you very much for having us on your show. Courageous Cards, the reason that we created those is because when my sister found out she had cancer, and she was telling us about it, nobody knew what to say. And, you know, we all wanted to be helpful and hopeful, and, you know, you don't want to say, oh gosh, that's horrible, and, you know, and you want to have, you're afraid that if you say anything that you may even believe, you might jinx that chance that, you know, that miracle may come through or whatever. And so that, for a couple of weeks, everybody was being positive and saying all those things. And the one day when I saw her and I was talking to her, I knew what she wanted to hear. She wanted to know that her life was meaningful and that everything, you know, that her kids were going to be okay. And, you know, not that she didn't want to hear that the afterlife was there and everything was going to be fine later, but really what was important to her. And I knew she needed to hear that, but for me to muster up the strength to say it and get that lump out of my throat so I could say it out loud was nearly impossible. So I wrote it instead, and I brought her the cards, and she loved them. So
I think so often in life we let time go by without giving those like verbal blessings to our friends and family, and it's only after you have that separation that you really realize, like, oh, I should have told them what they meant to me and how they influenced me. What's one way that, it's your sister, right? What's one way that she influenced you?
Oh gosh, every way. She's 5 years older than I am, so she was married before I am, so her husband was much like my brother. She had babies before I did, and Nikki is my godchild, and you know, these babies loved their mom. They didn't want to come to me. They would cry to get away from me. So I said, I want my own babies. And, you know, and then our kids grew up together, and we did all those things, the Easter egg painting. And, you know, I was just thinking about this all last night, all of those things we did together. And, you know, we were close, and she knew she was important to me. But, you know, you don't ever have those real serious conversations about, you know, really what impact she had. You know, I mean, when she was in the hospital, I said, are you scared? And it took everything for me to just ask her, are you scared? And
why was that difficult?
Because it's scary. I mean, you know, it was just like, it was a matter of days, you know, probably, maybe months. I mean, nobody gives you an exact amount of time, so you can't say, okay, today's the day that I'm going to say goodbye, because once you say that, what do you say after that?
I see, yeah.
You're seeing this, you know, this...
It's an extremely intimidating scene to be in. I mean, for me, being my mother, even though she's in this weakened state and I know I have to say something and I have to be forthcoming as possible, you still feel like a little kid, like you're still out of control. And so I wasn't able to say the things that I wish I would have. And it happened, my dad also had cancer, and it happened to him too. So I think for the child of the patient, it's going to be a huge emotional healing step. It's going to, you know, we can't fix the cancer, but we can make it a little bit easier to come to grips with, because you have at least those words that you wanted to say that are going to calm your mind and calm your soul a little bit. not completely. Obviously.
Well, and that was the other thing that I came to realize, because I had my relationship with my sister more like as a friendship, and then my other siblings had their relationship. My mom and dad are 80 and 81. They were, thinking this isn't supposed to happen. You're not supposed to go first, and I would imagine you had those same feelings with your son.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead. Oh, I was just saying, I think for us, it was always hard to know, like, what is that point at which you're saying goodbye? And for us, it was when saying goodbye was when we said goodbye, and each day it was like we just lived it like he was going to live 80 years. You mentioned something about your sister being older than you, and a lot of times siblings have great wisdom. What was a little bit of wisdom that you picked up from your sister or picked up from your mom in her life?
That stopped. The streaming stopped for a second there. Can you ask the question again?
Oh, sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, one thing I was going to say is that older siblings, they usually are full of wisdom, right? Because they, what was a little tidbit of wisdom that you picked up from your sister, and what you picked up from your mom? What is something about her life that changes the way that you live your life now?
I don't know. I can't think of that.
I think one of the biggest learning things that I can think of now that I always got from Mom is to look for the silver lining, try to be as optimistic as possible. She, when things were really tough, and they got tough for a little while there, she always tried to find the silver lining in things, try to find some positivity. So I think that's a big influence on me when when your day isn't going swell.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny you bring that up. So when my brother-in-law passed away from cancer, her first husband, it was 10 years ago, and my sister was, I called her Princess, because husbands would fall all over her, both her first one and her second one. When her first husband passed away, she didn't know how to pump gas. And so she had to go and learn how to do that. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. He did all of that for her. And I called her Princess. But when he was sick, she took care of him. She was strong. Mm-hmm. She never cried. She didn't complain. His last day, I called up because I was like, I think we need to stop by. I brought the kids over. I said, let's have pizza. Well, she didn't even tell me that his condition was where it was. And she yelled in the back room, Sherry, can you come back here and help me? And I said, sure. And we were putting him into his hospice bed. And I did it. And then I went in the bathroom and completely lost it. Mm. And then I came back out, and I'm like, she said, I was afraid if I told you wouldn't come over. And I'm like, of course I would come over. But she had like that strength. And then when she found out she was sick, she took her time to tell anybody. And then I wasn't in the room, but she told her kids and her husband, stop standing around and crying. Just.
Wow.
I think that
a lot of strength, huh?
She said that she was getting tired of getting the puppy dog look every time somebody would. They look at him and go, oh. Mm-hmm. And
you got the head tilt right. That's good.
And I don't want to do that to my mom. I don't want to feel like I'm being patronizing. I mean, it sounds strange, but as an adult, and you're talking to your mom, and she's in this fragile state, it's you feel like you're kind of walking on glass. And like Aunt Sherry said before, you don't want to say. There's certain things that you're afraid to say out loud.
Right.
Thinking that maybe I will jinx it if I say it out loud. Mm-hmm. So I think that would be, if I had the option to, or if I had the forethought to write things down, I think I would have done that. But it didn't come to me at that time.
I also found it was really easy for me to help other people figure out what to say.
Ah, yes.
I mean, like my brother called and I said, just call her and say, how are you? And then someone else, I'm like, just tell her that, you're here to help her. But then when it came for me, I was like, oh my God,
You lose the nerve.
And I don't, and I think it's because I knew I was just going to start blubbering and I didn't want to do that.
Yeah. So tell us about Courageous Cards. Amy, if you'll bring that up, and tell us about what it is and what you guys are doing with the Kickstarter and what your goal is.
Okay. Well, Courageous Cards. When I finally mustered up the strength to share this idea with my sister, she was in the hospital and she was supposed to be coming home to get ready for her next chemo treatment. And I said, hey, I have this idea because a lot of people are calling me and finding out what's going on, and I shared it with her. This goes both ways. She said, I had a hard time figuring out how to tell people I have cancer. What do? Pick up the phone and call and say, hey, guess what? I have cancer. She said this would be really helpful for a cancer patient to share their diagnosis so people could process that information, and it's kind of a little bit like that icebreaker. So the idea is that the conversation would start with the patient, ideally, when they're diagnosed, and so we'll find a way to get that communication to them. They can send out the cards, and I think once people can talk about, okay, you have cancer, then you can have other conversations. Well, how can I help you in a practical way, or whatever that is. But anyway, the website will be filled with all kinds of words, if you will, and we're organizing them based on different times along the journey. So it's when you first find out, we'll tag all the cards that are the appropriate words to say then. And it could be, I don't know what to say, or I'm here to help you, or whenever you're ready to talk. And then, hopefully it's a long journey. We didn't have a long journey with my sister, but, the idea is that you recover, and so you can be with them when they go have a chemo treatment. You might just want to send them energy that day, and so not just the hard words to say out loud, but just to continuously send them cards throughout so that they're kind of surrounded by the cards at the end of this, at the end of the journey, and hopefully into their recovery.
It's almost like it's an encouragement treatment plan that you're helping people with.
Right, but the difference is, there's a lot of support groups, and they're great, and, of course my sister wouldn't go to a support group because they're all strangers, and I don't want to go and talk to a bunch of people I don't know. Yeah. But the difference, but they have something in common, so I know that it would be helpful. This is kind of helping your immediate family and friends be your support group, because they don't know how to be it. We don't know what to say. We don't know how to act. And we don't want to be doom and gloom, and we don't want to, worry about those things, but we do want to be there for them.
Right. Well, thank you so much, ladies. We really appreciate you coming on and talking about it. It's Courageous Cards on Kickstarter. How many days do you have left?
13 days.
13 days. What percentage are you right now?
32%.
32%, and you're raising
$25,000.
$25,000, and that will help you build the website and start your
website will be launched then, and then we have the technology, we have the design ready to go, we have the printer set up, and then once that's up and running, it will be self-sustaining from there.
Well, thank you so much. Go ahead.
One of the audience members are asking if they can get physical cards printed and shipped to the UK.
To the UK? Eventually, we're going to start this as an online card program, but then we will hopefully have distribution at retail. But if they're talking about the rewards, if they contribute to this, absolutely, we'll ship them to the UK.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sherry. I think that's something that we heard a lot, and I think you just hear a lot when you have illness in the family, is people saying, I just don't know what to say, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. So I'm really excited about this, because I feel like it gives people something to say, so that they're not just saying nothing, but that they feel like they know the right thing to say.
Yeah, I mean, even in the middle of working on this project, my brother had a tumor, and I felt like I was struggling to just know what to say. So I think this would really be a help for a lot of people.
Hey, thank you. And I think the other thing too is once you send the card and you get it out there, it's kind of like, the opposite of this is like when you fall in love and the first time you say I love you, it's like, okay, we're past that I love you now. Now we can just, this is, the other end of the spectrum. You can say, our time is limited if that's the truth, or or I'm scared, and then you can be scared together, and you kind of get over that hump, if you will. So
another conversation starter.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's important to, like, visually, I think it's going to be helpful. I see it in the corner. It's showing you can upload your family photos and make a card out of that. So imagine, if you have somebody in the hospital, you're not only surrounding them with your true words, but you're giving them these photographs and memories, and stories to look at every single day, which is encouragement on its own. I thought that was a beautiful idea that you might.
That's so wonderful. Well, thank you for joining us, you guys, and we encourage everyone to check out the Kickstarter. We'll put a little update about it in our thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye, thank you.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you. You guys have now a huge job ahead of you, don't you? Now that you've got it.
Yeah, now the hard work starts. I won't see my husband again for months.
Josh, can I take over from you again and lead us into our next guest?
Yes.
We have stories from Amy, right?
Amy was going to share some backer stories, and then we can.
Okay. I'm gonna pull these off because the audio is doing something funny in my ears. Hopefully that's not to everyone else there.
Oh, I think. Amy, before you start, Sherry, if you would mind using your microphone, I think
Well, should I sign off of this one? Would that be better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you.
See ya.
Go ahead, Amy.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So we're just going to share 2 more of the backer stories like we've been sharing. These are just things that backers shared with us about what compelled them to back that dragon cancer. So the first one we're going to share right now comes from Patty Cunningham. And this was great because they, I think Ryan mistakenly on Twitter or an email, I'm not sure which, said to them, "Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss." And that kind of started this conversation where Patty wrote, "Hi, Ryan. I'm sorry I didn't phrase it very well. I didn't lose my friend, but very nearly did. Hence I wrote, almost lost. He was one of the lucky few whom treatment worked for, but it was a very close call. I wasn't working at the time, so when he asked for a friend to stay with him until the end in the hospital, I volunteered immediately. The doctors had given him less than 2 weeks to survive, as it was a very aggressive form of, and I may get this wrong because I didn't write it down at the time, acute lymphoblastic leukemia. They weren't going to try treatment at the start, as they said it was far too progressed and treatment wouldn't work. There was nearly a riot in the hospital ward, so they gave in and said okay. Treatment went very well until after 10 weeks they gave him an injection into the spinal fluid that went very wrong. You could see every blood vessel turning blue, and they rushed him to the ER. There they said they couldn't do anything and it would kill him in a few minutes. He clung around my neck and wouldn't let go. Then as quick as it started, it began to revert back to normal. Anyway, the treatment continued after a few days and the cancer retreated. This all took about 3 months. Honestly, as I look back now, it was the quickest 3 months of my life, and we got to know the staff and cleaners very well during our stay there. I'm glad to say he is still currently alive and well, and he loves dogs also. This all happened back in 2000 and 2001, but reading the story behind the Kickstarter put the goosebumps down my back as though it had just happened yesterday. Chris is still one of my closest friends to this day, and we have had many, many good times since then. Before the cancer, I would say one of the best memories was as a group of friends, about 5 of us, would head up to the mountains on our ATVs on a Sunday afternoon, and we did that many times. The only downside was a side effect of the treatment left him sterile, but as he says himself, in the grand scheme of things, it was a bargain. I like this story just because I think spending any amount of time close to death really changes you. I think it has an impact that stays with you your whole life, and I think a lot of the things you learn by being close to death, I'm just not sure you could learn them in any other way. And we had 3 months with Joel where it felt like we were very close to death, and even as I thought that maybe he really would just be miraculously healed, I knew that I was learning things by having to look at death up close like that, and I suspect that was kind of the experience of spending all that time in the hospital with her friend, knowing that death could be coming. And
I was just going to say, I was talking earlier about how it's hard for me to empathize, right? I try to find inroads to empathize who suffered things I haven't, but I think also, it's experiencing it, and also just being, you have no choice but to think about it. And even just with something like that dragon cancer, it won't let people, they won't actually experience it really, but they'll think about it. And it's surprising, I think, how easy it is when we get busy to not think about things. You just assume, oh, I'm thinking about life. I'm thinking about life and death and what and meaning. But it's hard to actually. You don't think that your brain can ignore it, but it can. And so spending time, spending time in the space is really you do grow and you do learn things.
Yeah, I think that's so true, that we all know we'll die, and we spend so little of our time thinking about death. But at least from my experience, the time I've spent thinking about it has helped. I think it hasn't hurt me the way that maybe you think it would. It seems to have helped me appreciate life and do things better. So, okay, our next story is from Aaron Horn, and he says, like the Greens, childhood cancer hit me in the most personal way. My son Eli, EliHorn.com, was diagnosed with stage 4 neuroblastoma cancer when he was 3.5 years old. He battled for over 4 years, and after countless rounds of chemo, radiation, antibody treatment, and surgeries, Eli beat neuroblastoma, but developed leukemia and did not survive the transplant. I kissed him and told him I loved him on the night of January 17th, 2012, and woke up on January 18th to find his bed surrounded by doctors and nurses that were trying to revive him. It was too late. He was already in God's presence. I had been involved with a group of families trying to raise awareness and research funding for childhood cancer since 2009, 2 years after Eli was diagnosed and the realities of childhood cancer hit our family. The organization was called BeatCancerToday.org, and continuing that mission has been another way that I could feel like Eli's life and death was fulfilling God's purpose. God has graciously shown me examples of how Eli's life impacted so many people in positive ways, and I see that dragon cancer as an opportunity to reach even more people through the Green family. I trust that God will use this project to continue to raise awareness and funding to finally beat cancer. I can relate to this story because there was one particular chemo that Joel would get, and it seemed to work really, really well for him, but they always warned us that if he took it too long, he could develop leukemia. And so it's this odd thing as you're battling cancer that certain treatments are great at killing the cancer, but then they can cause secondary cancers. And you just see the doctors struggling with those decisions all the time of how far to push things, and they do their best, but kids die from the chemo or infections from the chemo almost as often as they die from the cancer itself. And I also like what he said about just the little ways of realizing how Eli's life had mattered. That was something that after Joel died, just people would reach out to us and tell us just a small thing that Joel changed in their life, and it mattered a lot. Like, you don't realize how much you'll want that until you lose someone that you just want to know that it mattered. You know, it mattered that Joel was here for 5 years, and that's something that the Kickstarter campaign has done for us, is just giving us a few more of those little moments of saying, you know, even though Joel was just here a little bitty time, he's going to have a big impact, and that's really cool for us.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, it's how to just following your story and the game over a couple years now has had an impact on me. So that's like a drop in the bucket for that.
Thank you.
I think we have a video next, right?
Yes, yeah. So next up is a video from Thomas Grip of Frictional Games. Our intention was Thomas and Adrian from the astronauts, and unfortunately we had some troubles with this video and couldn't quite get those two combined, but For now, we do have Thomas, and maybe we can add Adrian's onto the end, or just provide a separate link for it or something, just so he still has a chance to share his story. But yeah, this is Thomas, and Frictional Games is a development studio, and they've been working on horror games for quite a while, and it's been interesting to see the progression of their work becoming more and more narrative focused, or maybe more specifically combining narrative and gameplay. So Thomas's video starts off with him talking about how they're exploring trying to combine both a narrative experience and a game experience together, in the same thing. So
let's watch it.
Of Soma. In your search to connect narrative and gameplay, what has surprised you the most about the narrative design of Soma? There have been so many surprises and connected with that, problems with doing all of this in Soma. And I think that my biggest, perhaps it's not so surprising, it shouldn't be so surprising, but it really is, but it's just making everything come together is such a major problem that it's you just go out of your mind sometimes. You have to make sure that you have some sort of gameplay, that the gameplay make some sort of sense to the player, to know what the hell they're supposed to be doing. You have to have some sort of drama in the situation. You need to make sure that dialogue and stuff like that, it makes sense to the world, and also create something that feels real. And on top of that, everything needs to make sense in the game's world. I think this is especially sort of difficult in video games, and something that you don't have to care that much about in a movie, because the player can sort of interact and very carefully explore a lot of the minute details in a way that you're not just doing when reading a book or watching a movie, and you need to get those things right. That's been a major problem. And then when you have all these sort of stuff, the gameplay, drama, and so on, you also need to make sure that you have a gameplay flow through it all, and just making that all work with a team where everyone's doing their little thing. It breaks my mind from time to time, just making sure that everything works. And just the sort of hardness of the problem has been, even though I sort of know it because I've struggled with this other times, but the more you try to do this properly, the bigger of a problem it becomes. And that sort of really is surprised me when doing Soma. And it's taking us a long time to get everything together. And the annoying thing that also, in hindsight, everything just feels, we should have done like this and like that, but it never has occurred to that. And we never had gotten those ideas directly. Then it's always easy to look back and see, it would have been easy if we just gone this route or that route. So I think that's a very important lesson. And finally, also, especially when we made Amnesia, I had made design documents that were pretty much how the game ended up. Whereas now I make a design document, and I'm lucky if a third of that goes into the game. There's so much iteration and stuff like that, and it's very hard to control. And I thought I was going to be better at predicting how things were going to work in the final game from a design, at the design phase, but I'm just terrible at that, especially now that we've gone this sort of extra mile. As I said previously, we've gone from this audio logs to an active storytelling, and it just changes everything. Next question. Where do you see your creative work reflecting your own journey through life? There's a bunch of stuff here, but one thing that I'm finding is, which is sort of simplistic and trivial, I guess, but still, is that my own sort of consumption in terms of what I like to see is very much reflecting on what I'm doing. So when I started out making games, like I made my first horror game in early 2000s called Fiend, it was all about just being scary, or just making a game that sort of felt like it was some sort of scariness. There wasn't much thought in world coherence or anything like that, or deeper thematics, like nothing of that at all. But then as things have progressed, we started a little bit to hone in on these things. We had in Penumbra, we had a little bit about alien intelligence. It's very, very little part of it. Amnesia, we talked about good and evil, something that's sort of been on my mind a bit. It came in pretty late, but it's still there. It's something that I think at least a year from release, which really cemented that we want to try this game and do something about it, because I felt that the first person perspective was so interesting, and that the player are going to be so self-conscious and hopefully think about their actions in a way that they're not doing in a movie, like, because it's a reflection of themselves in a way that other media can't provide. And so we tried to do this, and it came up a little bit. And then now in Soma, where I'm even more sort of looking for these sort of experience in terms of the books I read and the movies I watch, very much focused on the sort of deeper subjects, and want to bring those to the foreground. So I think that it's, and it's a sort of, I don't know, it's just stupid to say, perhaps, but a bit of the more wisdom you gain through life, and I want to sort of reflect on that in a bit in the game. Whereas when you're younger, you don't really, you're just in it for the thrills in a bit, and now you're sort of more deeply pondering everything that happens, and I think that's something that's very reflecting on the game. Yes, that's that question. The next question: why does the interactive medium matter to you? And it matters to me because I think there's something very, very special in it. And there's just tons of ways in which I think is special, but it's mostly if I'm reading a book that I'm very into. So, for instance, one of my favorite authors is Johnnemann, and I just love his works because he has these very interesting worlds that they take place in. And I always find it lackluster that it's just on pages. And it's same with movies and stuff. You're not really there. I just want to jump into this experience. And I feel that when games are at their best, that's what they do. They just let me jump into this book, and it's an experience that changes you in a way that sort of books don't do. The fulfillment you get from just being present in a story is so great in the interactive medium that games provide, and it's something that I feel as not being explored nearly enough. Not nearly enough. It's always been a sort of secondary thing, and I just feel there's tons of more to explore here, and I just want to dig out everything. It's also a sort of why I make games. It's sort of connected issue is that I feel that I want to have a certain kind of experience that I feel that games should be able to provide, but it just doesn't exist, and I want to bring it into existence by making games. So, last of us, what games has meant a lot to you at some point in your life, and why? There are a couple of games that have been really impactful for me. First, I think, is Resident Evil, which is looking back now has all of these sort of issues, but when I played it, it was just amazing with the horror feelings that it could provide and stuff like that. And it's just a sort of, normally what, at least from my experience with games, the game world that you dropped you in was sort of boring. You just met a couple of enemies, and that was it. And then there wasn't really any sort of background story and shows. And I know that there were a lot of other games previously, but I always been a console gamer, so I never really had any access to those, except for RPGs and stuff like that. But it didn't have that sort of real-time action, and I really felt like Resident Evil brought something to that. And similarly, when I just heard about Half-Life 2, it blew my mind. I heard my friend was talking about it, and he said, so the game starts off with you just walking around these scientists. And it's like, so what are you doing? Shooting these scientists? And he said, no, I'm just talking to them. Just like, blew my mind. You're just talking to them, and for like how long? And it's just, could you do that in a shooter? It hadn't occurred to me, and this was before I got into making games myself. But it just super blew my mind just hearing about that. So that was one, and then also Silent Hill was also very. I've read about it, but it just affected me in a way that I never thought I would be able to do, and that's sort of even more where I felt this sort of presence. And there's a lot of issues with for Silent Hill. It's a bit it's a bit weird and badly made. I mean, in dialogue and so forth, this is not the best in the world. But the atmosphere that it creates is just phenomenal, and there was all these places I visited that I still fondly remember. There's a lighthouse where you go up a spiral staircase, and it just stuck in my mind. I just thought the scene was absolutely amazing, and that has sort of really cemented this idea in my head that games can just make you visit places and relive things that no other media can, and Silent Hill was really something that showed this to me. So I think those are sort of another thing I mentioned before was Bioshock, the opening of Bioshock, how it goes into these deep thematics of objectivism and shows you this grand world. And ever since I played the opening, the demo, until the opening inside Bioshock, until you have to take your wrench and start hitting people on the head with it, I just thought that it was amazing. And I thought, why not make a whole game like that, where you just learn about this world and go through these sort of cool scenes and just feel present. And that really was a driving force when making Amnesia, and it's still a big driving force for me as a creator of games, to try and just take the essence from those first 10 minutes or so of Bioshock and make that into a full game, and then see if we can make it even better. And that's it. Hope someone got any fun out of my answers, and yeah, have a nice evening, everyone. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.
Thanks, Thomas. That was a video from Thomas Grip, who made Amnesia and is now working on a game called Soma at Frictional Games. So that was why we got to hear from him in this long segment. So, hey, other guests. We have more guests.
Hey, Teddy.
How's it going, man? We have Miguel from Thralled, and we have Matt Scharkenbach from Neverending Nightmares. Everyone on the chats is buzzing about your Shark plugin, Matt.
Oh! Yeah, I didn't realize that I could be seen. I thought I was in a lobby, and so we were fooling around with it in the green room. Now I feel really dumb.
No, we're all like small previews anyway. It's just it was a small shark, so it's less alarming.
Okay.
So I feel like we're getting into like the scary segment of the show coming right out of
There's a scary segment?
Yes, this is the spooky. It's the goosebumps part. Well, anyway, yeah. Thank you guys for joining us. I want to jump into the meat of it because we don't get much time together. But welcome. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves real quickly? I mean, we've met before, obviously, but if you could just give us a quick intro, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Miguel, you want to go first?
Yeah. So my name is Miguel Oliveira, and I'm the creative director, designer, and producer of Thralled, which is an interactive experience about a runaway slave in colonial Brazil and her relationship with her baby boy. To put in a few words.
Yeah. Thanks.
Cheers.
Matt?
I'm Matt Gilgenbach. I'm the lead frightener at Infinitap Games. We just released Neverending Nightmares, which is a psychological horror game inspired by my personal battles with obsessive-compulsive disorder and depression.
So I'm really glad that we have you guys together because we've touched on a topic that's been really interesting to me earlier today, which is the concept of making games that are very much about your own experience, autobiographical, versus making games that are about trying to represent another group or something that might be related to you, but that isn't your direct experience. So having you, Matt, who's making a game that's very much inspired by a first-person thing, and Miguel, I'm sure that you have direct influences and inspirations for why you're making your story, but maybe we could start with you talking a little bit about what it's like to try to reach into another character in another person's life, especially a mother, and try to get into that space and share that story.
Well, it's very difficult because it's a sort of experience that's so foreign to me. But it is one we must talk about, and that's really what drove me to do it. Well, to begin, the idea came from the fact that I was born and raised in Portugal, which I came to find out was the nation that pioneered the transatlantic slave trades, and under which the majority of slaves during the colonial ages were made victims, right? So it's estimated that between 30 and 50% of Africans were, taken forcibly to the ports of Brazil, which is a Portuguese colony at the time, right? And it was sort of outrageous to me the fact that people in my country don't talk about it at all. I didn't hear about it in school or in popular depictions of Portuguese history. People just get hush hush. I had no idea that Portugal had that sort of role in the trade, and so I felt the need to talk about it. Even because it's a topic that's very relevant today, and we're still suffering from its repercussions. Racism, as we've been seeing recently, is very much alive today, and its origins stem from the practices that were prevalent during the colonial ages, right? And the institution of slavery itself is still very much alive and well, with over 30 million people around the world enslaved. So, I just felt as though I should talk about it in interactive media. The interactive medium was the medium through which I chose to do it. To answer your question more directly, though, to try to represent this it's impossible, in a sense. It's impossible to relate because again, it's so foreign to me. Like the level of suffering that these people went through, I can't even imagine, right? So the way I try to frame this is, I try to frame it by putting it within the context of a relationship that I have experience with, which is that of a mother and a child, right? And so I ask myself, what does it feel like? I don't know what the physical violence must have been like, but I can imagine what the emotional violence must have been like to lose, or to be separated from the child, which is what happens in Thralled. The main character, Isara, loses her baby. That's sort of the main premise, and I'm sort of trying to tell the story through that sort of lens, right? Through something that I know, I try to reach to something that I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's the best you can sort of do to get in. We were talking to Telltale earlier about this and trying to use your own experiences to project into a space you're trying to create a fictional work for, or a non-fictional work for. Matt, so something that's also come up a lot with respect to that Dragon Cancer is people kind of approaching the team and sharing their stories and feeling as though they can relate and they're feeling represented by this game. Do you have anyone who has approached you to say that they've experienced the same sort of thing?
Actually, yeah, we've had a lot of that, and it's been really fulfilling because one of the things that's been very difficult for me on a personal level is because of mental illness, because of depression and OCD and all this, all these problems you have, you feel completely alone and isolated, and so and that just makes it worse. You feel like I feel so terrible. No one's ever felt this way before. No one could possibly relate to this. And so one of my goals by sharing my experience both through the game and I do a lot of developer videos is that I hoped that I could reach out to other people and say, this is what it's been like for me, and hope that they recognize some common elements. And we've seen a very positive response. People come up to me at different events and say how the game has really touched them, or how it felt like it made them feel less alone. And the really interesting thing, which I didn't really think about, is that several people have said, this has really inspired me to, take my personal experience and make it into a game, and to really use the hardships of my life and try to turn them into something positive by creating a game or other piece of artwork. So I certainly didn't have that in mind, but I was very, very pleased to hear that. Certainly being able to inspire people creatively is a really great thing.
Do you start to feel like, you were obviously showing the game during development at points at events and whatnot. Did that end up did you feel any pressure at any point to represent other people or make a shift in your head, or were you able to resist that, the idea that you started off just making this game about your own experience and then you felt like now suddenly there's a demographic that you're representing or something?
No, I never really felt the need to represent a demographic because I almost feel like that would be impossible. No one else could capture my experience with depression and OCD, so there's no way I could really capture anyone else's. I just hoped that if I put forth my own experience and shared the emotions and the fears that I faced, that it would be similar enough to other people's experience, where there would be those common elements that would really resonate with people, and so I sort of just had that mentality and hoped for the best, and it certainly does seem like I have been able to capture a lot of that.
Yeah, it seemed like that to me as well. Miguel, we had a question from the audience. I don't know where these come from, but from the ether coming down and floating into our space, which is that can gaming overcome or challenge deeply embedded cultural stereotypes or taboos? That speaks to me about what you were saying regarding your project and the idea that nobody's talking about this in your country, and that struck you as startling. Like, have you? What is your? I don't know. What is your goal? Or if you started to have people come up to you and have the experience of people being unaware of that and discovering it through your game and being able to talk to them about that, what's that like?
It's a good question. My goal really is to inspire people to act and to make them think differently. I like to, I've said this a number of times, I think that we are all in the business of molding minds and shaping hearts, right? Like people who are creative and who write and who make films and who make games, like they express themselves through those mediums in order to say something to people, right? And what I'm trying to say is, look at this, experience it, think about it. Really, that's the goal here, to make them think about it and to really feel it, right? And if we make enough people aware of it, then yeah, I think we can change those perceptions. It's gonna take a lot of time, but I believe that art has that power, right? It has the power to really make, to really trigger, you know, deep change within people, to make them think differently. And all we need really is to make people think differently, because that's, you know, that's at the heart of the problem. These misconceptions, as you say. And if art can make people think differently, then that's what we want, right? Sorry, I kind of went on a run off there.
No, I think the subject of dealing with difficult subject matter, whether it be historical or cultural or personal, that's like the goal, right? Of trying to reach out to people and touch them with your experience and see if they feel touched and feel like they connect. And
exactly.
You guys are both doing really powerful work in different areas of that too. So I think I have to move on, but I really appreciate you guys talking to me and supporting Dragon Cancer.
Hey, congratulations!
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you both for coming on.
Congratulations on your Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for you guys are gonna make in the next following months. You know.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
And Matt, you in particular have really supported us a lot. Kind of like some behind-the-scenes stuff since we met you at PAX. So yeah, we really appreciate it. Thank you guys for coming on.
Oh no, it's been my pleasure, and I'm really excited about your project, and I'm happy to help in any way I can. So thanks for having me on the live stream.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Happy holidays. And yeah, everybody please check out Thralled and Neverending Nightmares when you get a chance. So let's do the next thing. Hey, Josh, how's the Kickstarter doing?
I am looking at it now. We are almost at 104,000 with 62 minutes to go.
Woohoo! No, that's almost less than an hour.
Yeah.
That means you can almost start counting every minute.
I know.
$100 a minute.
Somebody just said $100 a minute.
Yeah, we could do that.
That's crazy to think about. Ooh.
I believe in you guys.
Ashley. Wait, is this Ashley and John Nesky? Oh my gosh. They're sharing headphones.
Yeah.
That is so adorkable.
Oh, you stole my obvious line, Josh.
I'm sorry, Teddy.
It's okay.
Sorry to steal your thunder.
No, I only have the obvious ones. So. Hey guys, how are you? Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Oh, I'm really glad that you guys agreed to come on. Will you introduce yourselves really quickly for the audience?
Okay. Hi, I'm Ashley Zeldin. I am an independent game developer here based in Los Angeles. I am the creative director of Adorkable Games, and I'm here with my partner, John.
Hello, I'm the technical director of Adorkable Games, and I have two jobs. The other job is I'm a field engineer at Thatgamecompany.
Well, cool. Well, yeah, I mean, thank you guys for both coming on the show. We're talking about a lot of things, but first and foremost, you know, the eponymous reason we're talking about things is why games matter and why games matter to you. So I think we should just start with that, like why you're making the things that you're making.
Okay, so I always start by making games that answer the question, wouldn't it be cool if? So I make games that reflect what I want to be playing, because I reckon if I want to play it, someone else out there does too. It's a really great mode of expression for me. Yeah, I'm making games just because it's fun, and I don't feel like I can do anything else now. I used to be a journalist before I made games, and I really wouldn't want to go back to that.
It's hard. As much as we struggle with making games, it seems like an even harder life to write about things in terms of finding sustainable work.
What about you, John? Why do you make games?
Yeah.
Well, because I'm a dork. There are opportunities to explore situations that we don't otherwise get to explore very well. They're like it allows you to put yourself in other people's shoes, basically.
Yeah, and I think that games offer a slice into how you think, and they allow me as a player to see how other people are living life. I know, for example, games are also really able to do a lot of good. They're an escape for people. They have been for me at various times in my life. And I know, actually, when I was talking about this live stream, Ian Hamilton from the it's called the Game Accessibility Guidelines was linking me to this thread about people who have disabilities posting about how games have changed their lives and have opened up this whole new world possibility for them. And that was really meaningful to me to be able to see that. And that's one of the reasons why when we make games, we try to make them as accessible as possible, whether for folks with cognitive disabilities or even something as simple as color blindness, but especially people with dexterity issues and so on and so forth.
I wish I could summon the name. I was just having a conversation about this the other day because someone brought to my attention a company whose name I wish I could remember that's effectively doing the equivalent of localization, but for people with certain types of disabilities, to basically accessibility localization.
I remember. Let us know if you remember what it is.
Yeah, if I can remember, if I can chain back to the person who was telling me, because they're working with them for their game. But that's so there's so many considerations that you're always working with in a game, so it's nice to know that there's a community out there focused on making sure that those communities are served. And actually, you do a ton of work representing a community. I mean, I'm very familiar with your work towards helping women in games, and with Wiggy, that organization, and trying to make women feel welcome in the industry, make them feel empowered, and deal with all the problems that they struggle with. I mean, what have your experiences been like with that? How is that rewarding and challenging?
Sure. So I was one of the women who was teaching the video game design workshops for the Girl Scouts of Greater Los Angeles with Wiggy's pilot program. And it's currently on hiatus, but we're working to get a second round going. And it was really interesting because a lot of these girls didn't think that they could be making games, especially at such a young age, because we're talking girls who are, preteens and adolescents, and it never really occurred to them. I mean, yeah, on some level they realized humans are making these games that I'm playing, and a lot of them talk about how they love Minecraft or Zelda, or the new Mario games, but they never thought it could be them. And once we put the technology in their hands, and they have tons of creativity to draw from, and it gives them the opportunity to really express that. And I'm also going to be working with Girls Night Games on a similar sort of level, because they're able to engage a lot of girls, and they also have subsidized tuition for girls who can't afford it otherwise. And they're doing this all over the world. Layla Shabir is going to be going to Australia, I think, at the end of this month or next month, and running workshops in Sydney and Melbourne. But they've done them in Seattle and San Francisco and I think Poland and other places, and they've given women an opportunity, young girls opportunity to think about what they could do in STEM as a career when they grow up to be women. And that's really important to reach women when they're young, because goodness knows I never thought I could be making games when I was 13 years old. It never occurred to me.
I'm really glad we're talking about this. I think a lot of the live stream today has been, we've been focusing on another important topic, but it's how games can be meaningful in themselves, the subject matter of games, and sharing stories, and those being personal or those being about important topics. And I think that's obviously something that we're all invested in, but also just the concept that games can matter to the people making them as just a way to express anything. Even if you're not making something that's autobiographical, if someone grows up playing games and they're making games, even if you're making a tennis game, you're creating something and then trying to connect with an audience. And I think empowering everyone to do that, is such a gift. And I'm glad that, like you said, I think getting people at a young age to think about that is important.
And that's why I think at any age it's possible. And that's why I run the PAX panels that I do under the banner You Can Make Games Too. I've done them at PAX Prime and at PAX Australia. I was there just last month. Yeah, technically it was last month, or no, October, end of October. And I had on my panel in Australia an 18-year-old boy who's been making games since he was like, I don't know, 14. I call him like the Australian Tyler Glale. His name's Josh Caratelli. He was just named one of Develop's 30 Under 30 honorable mention. And I mean, just he's also really passionate about getting young girls into games as well, because he sees his classmates. And I think at any age though it's really important, because I didn't get into the games industry until I was like 25. I'm almost 29, and I think it's important to be able to get women, to realize that they don't have to, be doing this right out of college. Like Heidi McDonald, she's a designer at Shell Games. She didn't get into the industry until her, I think, late 30s, early 40s. And I think it's, she's had a great career so far. And I think at any age, it's not, it won't preclude you from getting into the industry. Yeah, I think that it's important to get people from other fields as well, and that's why, like when I arrange panels, I have people who come from CS and game design and traditional backgrounds, or I guess that's now called traditional. But I mean, back in the day, they didn't have the program you went to at USC, or when that John was at Carnegie Mellon, they didn't have that. People had backgrounds in biology and psychology and history, and it's super important to meld those fields and bring different viewpoints and different areas of expertise. I know Jeffrey O'Halloran, whenever he joins us, he did creative writing at Yale, and that was something that he wanted to be able to bring his imagination to something. And for me as a journalist, I learned how to I guess empathize with people and tell stories. And I know that some folks I had on my panel at PAX Australia, Tony Parmenter, he was a zoologist. And now he makes a game.
Yeah, that's so great. I mean, it's like when if you read a novel or something, and you read the insert about a novelist, someone who's in their 50s or something, and they've had a whole other life, and it's only at this stage in their life they've decided, I want to write a book, I want to express this to people and share my perspective, or share my experience, or an aesthetic, or whatever it is. And, like, it's nice to see, or I am hopeful that we will see that happening as the ramp up to being able to make a game or find people to make a game with. It's easier. That someone can not be steeped in video games. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm super steeped in video games. But someone can be steeped in video games, or cannot be, and then just come in and use it as a medium because it's the best fit for whatever they're making.
Certainly. Yeah, I think that people need to tell stories that we're not seeing. That's why, like, I go talk to kids at schools around LA. I guess I'd call them underserved schools, to really help kids, especially like young minority kids, Latino and Black students who might not know there's a path in STEM for them, to get them thinking that they could be making games, or to realize that the skills that you learn in a games degree can apply to other fields, and the things that you learn in other fields can apply back into games. Because I want to hear stories from people we're not seeing. I mean, no offense, John, but your story's been told.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I think it's really important. That's a big part of why I do some of the stuff I do, and trying to build a community that's super diverse, regardless of gender, ability, sexuality, and your race, ethnicity, try to transcend all the isms.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think a lot of us hope to see, or do see in some cases of what the game festivals can provide too, is that it's one step to get people making games. And it's very easy to get started, so to speak. It's very hard to finish a game and to promote a game to get attention for it. And so there's this whole secondary like economy of like, okay, they're making them, now what? Like if a game's in the woods and no one plays it, does it exist, right?
I think we know that very well, that feeling.
Yeah. Well, let's shift gears. Can you guys each talk about what's currently taking up your time? I mean, actually, you've talked about like 1,000 things that you're doing, but what's on your to-do list right now?
Well, when I get off of this call, I'm going to go back to studying for my computer science final.
Whoa, okay.
I'm taking programming classes, so I was able to take some of the work off John's plate because we discovered in making our first game we faced some work-life balance issues, or I guess in our case, work-love balance issues. And so I know that a lot of the tasks are programming, so I want to be able to help out in that respect. And yeah, I guess we're talking about the narrative of our next game because it's my first narrative-driven game. Until now, it's always just been very mechanics-driven, what I've designed. And I guess gearing up for some of the other IGDA events I put on. As a member of the IGDA LA board, I put on a lot of events here for the LA game dev community, as you know. And yeah. John has his own list of to-dos.
So helping out with the said narrative project is definitely on the to-do list. I'm still working my day job, and maybe working on
He's in negotiations on a book on camera design.
Maybe.
Because he designed his camera. Yeah, he designed the camera in Journey for me.
Oh, that's so good. I just finished camera design for Hyperlight like a month ago, and it's like 2D is so much easier than 3D camera design, and it's still a character in itself. Can you talk about the narrative project you guys are working on? Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. So I guess at the end of summer, we announced through a friend's Kickstarter our next game, which is called Fantastic Jack. So our friends, Disparity Games, Noel and Jason Stark, and their daughter Raven, are making a game called Ninja Pizza Girl. And they were doing a Kickstarter, and I'd seen some of the gameplay, and it never sunk in that their game is about how their older daughter had been bullied. And when I realized this, it kind of harkened back to a game that we had started prototyping when we were on break from working on our previous game. We had a kind of a bit of demotivation and kind of took a break from that and made some prototypes. And one of them was a game based on my experiences in middle school having been bullied. Funny enough, John was a typical geeky guy, and
never got bullied.
No. And when I was telling him about my experiences when I was in middle school with kids not being so nice, this was completely foreign to him. And I thought, well, let's make a game about this. Let's show people what it's like. And when I was in middle school, I had friends who backstabbed me. They stole my choir costume, the day of my choir recital. And another thing that they did was when I was at my volleyball practice, they took my backpack and poured water on it and ruined my textbooks and my copy of the literary magazine because I was an editor and I was editing a copy, an advanced copy, and just really nasty things. And it's hard for people to, unless you see it happening yourself, to realize just how cruel others can be. And looking back, I don't know what the cause was. Some of the girls and I have reconciled, although one of them, who never apologized for what she did, she sent me a Facebook friend request, and it's still sitting in my inbox unanswered, and I don't think I'll ever answer it. Because we went to college together, and she taunted me about it. I was like, that's not cool. But yeah, and so I ended up escaping. At that point, I was kind of bookish, and I read a lot, and I was reading, Anne McCaffrey, Dragon Riders of Pern, and I guess Madeline L'Engle, Wrinkle in Time, and a lot of sci-fi fantasy. I think even some Asimov robot books in there. And I saw these different worlds, and I was imagining what I would do in those situations, and I thought I could parlay my intelligence because I was pretty smart back then. I don't know what happened, but I was yeah, I thought about, that it'll get better as I'm older and people value this sort of thing. I remember, like, if I didn't help out the cool kids, I had my own phone line in middle school, and they'd call me for homework help, and if I didn't help them, I couldn't sit with them at lunch.
Oh, that's like the sad. That's like the story that you think has to be fake. Mean school movies,
So real, so real.
Do you find with like working on a game that you want to pull these stories directly, or do you feel like you want to use the?
I am pulling some of them directly. I ran track when I was younger, so the Fantastic Jack is a not-so-endless runner. And as you run further away from your bully, as you are more deft and are able to make the jumps and avoid the obstacles in the level, the world around you becomes more fantastic, more in fantasy. And that enables you to join the track team, and that obviously is not quite what happened in my life, but I'm pulling these, autobiographical aspects together into this game. So, yeah, I am drawing on all of this stuff. But it's actually kind of interesting to be amongst my people. In the games industry, so many of us did undergo bullying. But, I think that a lot of games do touch on these universal experiences, because like that Dragon Cancer for me especially was really affecting, because my mom is a survivor of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. My dad was a survivor of prostate cancer. Yeah. I think my mom was watching. Hi, Mom. And I know that my mom doesn't like to use the C word. Like, I don't think she said it in reference to herself, and I had to be like, Mom, like, you overcame cancer, like, you have to own that. And I remember her saying to me, because her hair grew back gray, and I said to her, you have hair, number one, but even more than that, you're here. And that was the most important thing to me, obviously. And I empathize, with what the Green family went through, because, on a different level, I went through it the other way, and, I thank God my mom's still here with me. And, I know at PAX this past summer, a friend of mine from college who lives in the Seattle area came with me on the last day. Lisa, who you're going to see later, lent me her pass to give to my friend. And I took her to the indie mega booth because, that's where the cool games are. And I took her to the Dragon Cancer booth. I wanted to say hi to my friend Ryan Cousins. Hi, Ryan. I see you down there. And she, from the outset, was really affected by the game, and she lost her younger sister, not to cancer, but she knows loss. And also, incidentally, I didn't remember this at the time. Probably it grounded it even more for her because her older brother's name is Joel. So obviously that was really, deeply touching for her. And she, after a while, she kind of just had to step back, and I saw this profoundly affects everybody who touches it. And I just want it to exist. I know that's what Amy was saying in the Kickstarter video. This game should exist. It will exist. It must exist. And I'm really honored and proud to be here right now, talking to all y'all.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm honored to be a part of it too. It's because I'm not obviously working on the game, but yeah, that's really special. I appreciate you sharing those stories directly. I think that's what's so powerful about not just the game, that Dragon Cancer, but what they've done with the Kickstarter and the community, and encouraging people to share and connect. I'm being told I have to move to the next thing.
Yeah,
keep
sure.
the machine going, but
yeah.
I appreciate you guys both joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's really a great, a pleasant surprise to have you come on with her, John. So thank you for joining.
No problem.
And hopefully he can help you with your camera.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks, Ryan. How do I get out of this thing?
Just close the window.
Right, bye.
Fade away. See ya. Yeah, I can really relate to her story about being bullied and like getting awkward Facebook requests. It's hard to know what to do in those situations. I can relate. We have a question or a comment from the live stream from Heather. I'm listening to Ashley's story and thinking that I belong in the gaming community, not the sciences, although my father, mother, and brother did not survive their cancers. Wow, yeah. Thank you, Heather, for sharing that. Yeah, it's just speaking briefly about the gaming community in general. As a developer in the indie games community, it is one of the most loving, welcoming places and communities that I've ever experienced, and that's one reason why almost every chance I get, I try to champion someone, some developer or another, because there's just so many amazing people. Teddy, I'm sure you've experienced a similar thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising, not surprising, well, no, it's startling, like how supportive our community is, especially considering that it's also our livelihood, and so if you talk to people in other industries or even sister industries like technology or something like that, there is competition, but for some reason, I don't know if it's the culture right now or if it's the nature of the market, like everyone's so mutually supportive and it's very open, and everyone talks about their development problems and successes, and everyone just wants to share and mutually support, and everyone's just moving up together.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't always happen in a lot of spheres, and may not always happen in games or even in indie games, but at least for now and for as long as possible, it's nice to see that happening. I think we have a new guest, am I right?
Yes. Satchell Drakes, it's great to have you, man.
Hey, what's going on? You guys hear me all right?
Yeah, welcome.
Wonderful. How you guys doing?
We are good. We're 38 minutes, according to my clock, from the end of this campaign. Oh, man. Do you guys, Josh, you guys have like a big red clock going yet?
No. We just have like tons of little screens with little clocks.
Like a nightmare where they're all just like...
Yeah.
Satchell, will you introduce yourself for the audience?
Sure. My name is Satchell Drakes. I'm a full-time user experience designer, mostly on like apps and website stuff, but I also create content. I'm a YouTube content creator. I make videos essentially about very, very general videos talking about game design theory, I guess. I don't know, the definition changes every time. It's kind of like liquid. I'd call it very much a pseudoscience, but essentially just looking at games and seeing the kind of interesting, more personal, humanistic things they do to myself and my friends and talking about them. Yeah.
So you probably can have a field day with that Dragon Cancer and that it's so open.
Oh, man, yes, I can.
Or is it different, right? Because you don't have to dig. Is that like a different sort of experience to be connecting to a game where it's not under the surface, it's on the surface?
You're right. The personality's up front. There isn't a lot of digging. Very, very much like... though I wouldn't liken the experience, especially since I've only played a handful of demos, but in the same way that Gone Home or Telltale sort of like reach for the human condition right away, I'd say in that same regard, that's a lot of what gets me excited for that Dragon Cancer. Very, very relevant in that regard.
How did you get into doing what you do video-wise? I mean, you said you're working professionally in other industries, so what kind of sucked you into this?
I guess really like most millennials, you sort of like, you want to do a thing, and then you type in Google, how do I do thing, and then you kind of get into it. As far as videos are concerned, specifically, it was essentially my way of getting out of writing an essay in high school. We always had an option of either doing a video essay or a written essay, and our school was fortunate to have a little bit of a budget for technology, so we had G4s in our sort of common area with like iMovie or whatever. So as far as like from a technical standpoint, that's how I got into videos for that. And then like videos with regards to like relating to people. I mean, you know, that's just something over time, like you see things that are interesting and you sort of react to them. You know.
Did you end up, or do you put some focus on games because that's something you grew up with, when you're doing videos related to games?
It is something that I grew up with. So I think that's definitely part of the reason. I won't say that I've never gone on a discourse about an interesting thing I found in a game and then just gushed over like how I felt about it when I was a child, you know. But even more than that, I don't think I would make videos if it were solely about nostalgia. I also believe that there is something about that element of interactivity that makes video games a very compelling medium of conveyance in some arenas over film or music, but not to compare it because there is no like unified metric to compare one medium over another.
How did you stumble into this game? How did you stumble into that Dragon Cancer?
I tweeted about neo-noir film techniques.
Okay.
I found. I know that's so random. I tweeted. I found this. So I found this video.
That's so highbrow. Like the brows can't go any higher. They just.
I know. It probably sounds.
That's not that random because we are big film nerds.
Oh no, yeah, me too. It's just not random. Just very.
Right.
Intellectual.
Definitely not commonplace. I guess I don't really know, but it was cool because they were essentially talking about the power of presence and taking focus off of the subject for a film to convey the idea that the world still exists even when the protagonist isn't there. So like shooting like essentially setting up shots so that the subject will leave and the camera will linger and just catch other people going about their day. I thought it was really powerful, so I just tweeted out, and then I think that's when Ryan and Josh, both you guys, I guess you guys saw it. And then I looked at both of your profiles and I was like, these people seem cool. And I saw the game and I was like, this game seems like exactly what I want.
Wow, that's super rad. Man, that's really fascinating. The idea of like drawing attention to different elements or different characters in a piece of media. We were talking about that earlier in the concept of the traditionally silent protagonist in games, and how as games are trying to tackle more personal matter and just more stronger like thematic elements, the protagonist needs to matter. Like the protagonist's experience has to be a little bit more scripted in some of these storytelling games. It has to be more explicit. You can't just have a silent Gordon Freeman. You need Gordon Freeman to react. You need to be guided a little bit as a player. You can still rely on the player having experience, but.
Hello, am I in?
Whoa, Lisa's here.
I had to disable my camera before it would let me in, so I don't know if I can get it re-enabled.
Hi, Lisa. Here, let me introduce you in just a second. We're just talking to.
All right, I'll finagle with settings in the meantime.
Okay. There's a Shark plugin that comes highly recommended. So.
Do you feel like the silent protagonist was in a way a bit of a cop-out for making something personal?
I don't think so. I think that it came out of the desire for it to be transparent, for it to be like, if I am playing, there are certain things that have to exist outside of me. There have to be hands, maybe, depending on the camera of the game. There has to be someone that other things can interact with. Like there's a physical body that isn't mine in this virtual world. And so some character has to exist. And if everything else is scripted, it also means I probably need some backstory. You know, you're putting me into a game. You're throwing some artifice on me. You're saying, okay, you're Link, and you're this kid, and here's a story. You're not yourself. But as quickly as possible, maybe Zelda's the wrong example, but as quickly as possible, then the game wants to say, but you're also yourself. And we're not just going to drag you through someone else's story. We're going to make it yours.
Right.
So,
I think it's interesting to me that the conventional wisdom is to empty the character from personality and kind of provide an empty shell or have a silent protagonist. And like what I find so interesting, I mean, even coming from theater and doing some acting in high school, is that you want a character. You want a character with a backstory and motivation, and you want to know how they'll act and how they'll behave and what they'll say. And so I find that when they have a voice, it's that much more engaging because you're giving me the context. And I feel like a lot of times there's this tendency to avoid context because you don't want to hit people too over the head, but it's at the expense of giving them any real depth at all.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying, Ashley Zeldin, when she was on a moment ago, mentioned that her mom doesn't like to use the C word, doesn't like to say cancer. And I remember when I met you guys during GDC on like a hillside, it took me like multiple readings of the name or you saying it multiple times for me to actually understand. So I was like, wait, I didn't just hear cancer in the title. Like, I think that is a creative choice that is really powerful and really valuable, that you actually chose to put it in and not, I don't want to say hide, but not buffer it with pure metaphor. Like, you've got the metaphor in there, but you're also just saying cancer in the title, I think. In addition to helping people connect to it, and people who might have experiences with cancer and want to find the game, I think it's also just very powerful and brave to put it right there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's an interesting taboo in our culture, and it's one that I don't quite understand, that people are so reticent to speak the disease that shall not be named. It's all very theatrical in that regard, as if the uttering of the word somehow gives it power. And for me, the uttering of the word acknowledges its power, right? It faces it and allows us to size it up. And so for me, like, really facing and naming things is an important part of what we do. And
you kind of like prevent it from giving it too much power, because to make it unnamed makes it seem all powerful in some way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. This insurmountable thing.
Yeah. Exactly. Insurmountable. Yep.
So one thing I want to do is ask Lisa.
Hello.
Hi, Lisa. We were hoping that you could share a little bit with us about what you're working on now, and then maybe to wrap it up, we'd love if you'd read the story that you sent to us this week.
Okay, sure. So currently I'm working on a game called Slow Down Bull, which is an experiment on the Insomniac's part to see what we could do with making a small game with a small team, a small autonomous team. So I've been working about that. It's a game about a stressed out overachiever bull who loves collecting beautiful things and just wants to be the best and make the best, most beautiful art, but stress gets in the way, and he's always afraid he's going to trample and stress out and trample all of the beautiful things. So that's what I've been doing for about the past year, and we've wrapped up on development, and we're going to figure out launch details and stuff. But it's been really fun. It's been an interesting challenge to lead a project team. Many hats were worn.
You know, it strikes me that a project like this would lean so much on inhabiting a character from a physical position, whereas in a way that maybe goes beyond like the classic FPS controls or the classic, shoot, run, jump, crouch, or whatever. But are there things that you've discovered in this process of like for instance, in what we're doing, so much of what we want to communicate is in body language because we don't have facial features, right? And so there's so much that can be expressed emotionally and physically that we take for granted when we look at each other and when we talk to each other.
So just talking about as far as conveying stress in the character, that was actually a big challenge early on, because very early on when it was just a prototype art, people were like, oh, well, I'm playing as a bull, so that means I want to rage out and trample because that's what bulls do. And so it was a challenge to figure out, all right, how can we communicate that, like, that's not what you want to do, that this particular bull is different than other bulls, very self-conscious about the fact that he doesn't want to stress out and trample.
We're tearing down bull stereotypes.
We are tearing down bull stereotypes.
A bull who likes china shops.
No, but a lot of it came through story, and not necessarily like explicit story, although we have a lot of that, but just like what the bull looks like, how he reacts, like when you. So the way the game works is you just steer him. He runs around, you steer him left and right. It's a 2-button game. But every time you interact with him, he gets a little more stressed, a little more and a little more and a little more. And then if you let him run, it'll deplete. And so we did a lot with his reactions to the fact that he was stressing out. So every time his stress, and to convey stress, his body just like turns red It's like a meter. His whole body is the meter. And every time he hits a threshold, his little face gets a little more worried and a little more worried, and starts getting more stressed and panicked, and little sweat drops happen. And so it was a lot of that. And then if you do trample, if you do stress out, and then he rages out and tramples, then afterwards he just has the saddest, derpiest face. And like we reset your speed and zoom the camera back in. He's like super disappointed in himself, right, that happened.
I like the idea of taking like the classic Doom face, but using it for stress and worry instead of like anger.
Yes, it's all stress and worry and panic, and so that once we got those facial expressions in, even before we started telling the little story about this bull, people got it. They were like, oh, he doesn't want to do that, and it's kind of funny because it's this big old bull that is like trying to be very delicate about not freaking out like bulls do.
He's really a gentle teddy bear.
So is there anybody on the team that has dealt with stress or anxiety that kind of informed your design?
All of us have dealt with the plight of being overachievers and never like satisfied when something's good enough, and maybe get a little panic. Like anyone who's ever talked to me about anything will see that I tend to get a little bit stressed out if I'm not sure if I'm doing good enough, right? And everyone on the team could relate to that, especially because we did live development streams all summer. In the very beginning, everyone was pretty excited about it, but they were nervous about letting people see the process, because they were like, normally I don't show anyone anything until it's perfect, and so it was a little stressful, and we all went through it together. So it was really something that everyone on the team could relate to, but I think it mostly channels me and like how I personally tend to work for good or for ill, like always worrying if I am doing good enough in everything I do, ever, for always.
There's a beautiful thing about open development. So I pretty much feel everything you feel at the same time that you're feeling it. Like I can't look at my own profile right now. Like I can't let the camera go to me because I see Hyperlight Drifter and I'm like, oh, the things I have to do. Don't remind me. Stupid lower third. But man, yeah, the great thing about open development is like you start worrying like, oh man, this isn't ready. I'm not ready to share it. And then there's this simultaneous worry of like, are people going to pay attention to it, or like how many people are going to watch our devlog? And you can spiral into the negative stuff, but there's also a positive either way, because if lots of people are watching, that means your open development is showing lots of people your work. And if nobody's watching, that means the stakes are so low, and it's basically therapy for you, and you can just go on. Like when I do a stream of development and there's like 10 people there, I'm just like, well, I'm just going to talk about what's stressing me out because no one's going to hear about this.
So we're running out of time, but I wanted to get Satchell in here one more time. Something tells me that Satchell can relate to this discussion because his work is so fantastic. If you haven't had a chance to see Satchell's YouTube channel, Satchbag Goods, I think it is, check it out. We'll put a Twitter handle or whatever. But yeah, what's amazing to me though is that with such precision that you have, Satchell, you still ship a lot. And what is that process for you?
What do you mean like?
Do you deal with the anxiety of?
Yeah, I do, and I've tried. It's funny that she meant. I went off on my own mental tangent when she mentioned that she streamed devlogs. So I started thinking, oh man, I don't think I could handle live streaming, like the cutting and the shooting and all the other stuff. I wouldn't be able to. There is something about. I don't know. I've definitely had conversations with other content creators about like transparency. Like one of the beautiful things, what I love most about YouTube as a venue for video is that it's essentially a place. So for the longest time, it was just a place that people went to for cat videos. It was not something that I took seriously in any regard. But it ended up just based on function alone being a really compelling place for independent content. Where if I wanted to make videos that talked about a particular thing. It was very different from Vimeo, which seems to be very focused on like polish and excellence, and it has its own negatives because of that. Like you get a lot of people who get so caught up in equipment that like there's like a million like lens test videos without any content, you know. And sometimes YouTube can go on the opposite end where, well, sometimes YouTube can go on the opposite end, but there's a lot of there's a lot of heart there and a lot of transparency. With that transparency, I do think, like, how much do I share? Because I'm very used to just doing everything in private and then putting up a thing and being like, there it is. And I don't really see myself changing that. Yeah, I don't really see myself changing that. There's definitely...
So there's something about being able to reflect and put out a little wise nugget, or put out something that's a complete thought rather than a thought that's in progress.
Yeah. As far as my personality type goes, it's the worst combination. I'm an introvert, plus I'm not a verbal processor, so videos are sort of like my venue to overthink everything, ruin myself internally, and then put out a thing at the end. I get to ask all the questions, like, internally, and then put it out. And that's my biggest fear, because I actually appreciate people who do share their process, because there's a lot of humility in that. I think there are a lot of people who are like, this is my special jewel, like, you can't see my process. And time again, especially being a senior designer, and being a senior designer, you see a lot of younger guys, or at least for me, I've just seen like a handful, not a whole bunch, not at my job now, but at my past one, like younger guys who would come in and they would do like these particular things where, like, if they were doing something, if they're working on something really special, they'll sort of cover up their iMac screen, or like they won't let you know, or like you'll ask, like, you'll see something cool. One of the most beautiful things is, like, you're working in Photoshop or whatever, and you see someone else do something really fast. You're like, what shortcut was that? Oh my gosh, I've spent my whole life doing this. Took 2 times longer. Now I can do it so much faster. Like, there's some guys who are like, no, I'm not sharing anything with you. And a lot of that, arguably, it can go into a larger conversation.
Yeah.
A lot of that arguably is like, it's a little bit of pride, it's a little bit of fear, you know what I mean? It's a little bit of being ruled by fear. Not all the time, of course.
Yeah.
Like, you have full volition over doing that, you know what I mean?
I have been known to do that, and like, I remember back in the day, I covered my screen and it just ticked my boss off so much because I wasn't done yet.
Yeah. That's why we're glad that we have Satchell on, because we're helping you to do something live.
Yes.
I have to move us forward because it's almost time for the Kickstarter to be over, and we have to. There's a story that we all really want to hear from Lisa.
Wait, what? My story?
So, Lisa, you had a story that you sent us this week.
Yes, I did.
And we'd love if you would read it.
Okay.
And you'll bring us into our last segment where we're talking to Greg Grace, and also doing our final countdown.
All right. I should read it, like, just read it. Read what I wrote. Read what I wrote.
Read what you wrote.
Okay, I will read what I wrote.
Dramatic.
All right. So this was my story about why I backed that dragon cancer. All right, here we go. Growing up, we were very close to our next-door neighbors. My brother and I were best friends with the kids, our parents were best friends with their parents, and we were constantly at each other's houses and doing things together. Our families raised one another, basically, and Nancy was like a second mother to me, although I hate using that term because it doesn't quite capture our relationship or the role that she played in our lives, but it's as close as I can get. Even when we were forced to move away from one another due to an expanding airport, the Fowlers were always important parts of our lives. They were at our graduations, our life events, and we spent Christmas together every year. Much of who I am as a person was shaped by Nancy in the same way as one is shaped by one's parents. I attribute much of my compassion to her and my understanding of how one can be playful and adventurous as an adult. When we found out she had breast cancer my senior year of high school, it was surreal, but I wasn't worried. Something in me accepted that she would be okay from it, and she was. After brutal treatment, 2 bone marrow transplants, and graft versus host disease, she was back in action and the same as ever. I remember how she, her husband, and my parents snuck down to Florida while she was recovering from her second bone marrow transplant against explicit orders from her doctor, because, damn it, she wanted to go to the beach. She watched me go through college, struggle with and then abandon a career in theater, and resettle in my hometown to figure out what to do next with my life. I remember being in the car just about to leave for something or another when my dad called me. The cancer was back, and it was in her brain. It was like the opposite of the first time. Instead of surreal peace, I was overcome with dread. I remember sitting in the car and processing, then abandoning whatever obligation I had and returning inside to tell my roommate, only to burst into tears. I'm not sure how I knew in that moment that she would not be coming back from this one. It felt like years between that phone call and the day she passed, with all the time at the hospital, so I'm often startled to look back and see that it was only 3 weeks. Time gets weird. I have never grieved so hard for someone in my life. Nancy's passing woke up my entire family to the realities of the marching of time. It was as though we were all told that time doesn't wait for anyone, so you'd better get going. My parents finally sold the house, and I put my foot down and decided to go to graduate school and figure out what the hell I was supposed to be doing with my life. In a way, Nancy was the catalyst that led me to discover that I was a game designer and set me on the path to where I am now. I backed this project because grief doesn't understand how time works. Nancy passed away almost 9 years ago, but there are days when the grief is as sudden and as fresh as the day that it happened, and it is really difficult to cope. Grieve is an awful sounding word. It sounds as awful as it feels, and it never really goes away. It just becomes a part of who you are. I remember a particularly rough moment early on, regretting I love yous unsaid, on where my boss at the time had some wisdom and comfort for me. She is one of those people of the mindset that time is a human constraint, that God is timeless, so it doesn't matter what you pray for and when, even if it's after the fact, because there is no time in the end. In that line of thinking, it is never too late to say thank you to someone after they've already died. I backed your project because I wanted to say thank you to Nancy for making me who I am. And that's my story.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I got all blurry. What the hell happened here?
Yeah, right when you started your story, you got like Barbara Walters soft focus.
I don't know.
Really cool.
I think if I lean back too fast. So yeah, that was a story about someone really important in my life that I think about often. I actually have a picture of her at my desk that I keep. I keep this on my desk. There she is. This is a little collage that they made us and gave us at her funeral, and I keep it here on my desk where I can always see it. Because it sort of reminds me that like she's the reason that I'm here and the reason I'm a game designer. She was that event was a big catalyst for how I ended up where I am. So I like to be reminded of it.
Lisa, thanks a lot for sharing.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
So we're in the final 15 minutes, and this is very exciting because speaking of calling. And getting into the video game calling a little bit later, Greg Rice has just joined us. We'd love if you guys would all hang out with us. As you know, Greg Rice is a producer at Double Fine. And my understanding is that his life wasn't always spent as a video game producer.
That is true. In many ways. You want me to tell the story?
I would love it for you to tell us a story because it sounds very, very interesting.
Greg, it was nice of you to dress up for this, by the way.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I did this especially for you guys.
Really sharp.
We have our holiday party in like an hour, so I'm heading straight over there after this.
Well, thank you for coming and hanging out with us. We really appreciate it and coming down with us. And tell us about your experience in oncology.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I took a couple different paths before I got here. I went to school originally for music in undergrad, but ultimately, yeah, I had a previous life that was 6 years of kind of being super entrenched in pediatric oncology. Kind of similar to I am now. I guess I always kind of really dove headfirst into whatever I was excited about or doing and got very overcommitted to things. So all throughout college, I was running a charity to raise money for Children's Miracle Network. Eventually I went to medical school and did 2 years of that and finished all of my classes there. And meanwhile, the entire time I worked child life in the hospital, who I'm sure you had some interactions with in your time there.
Child life is amazing. It's a thing that you don't think about in childhood oncology. You think about the treatment, and I think almost everybody, when they think about causes and when they think about fundraising and all that stuff, they think, well, we need to, get the cure. The thing is that those cures are 10, 20 years out, and a child life takes care of the families now. And the resources they had for like for siblings and the Children's Miracle Network and just all that stuff. We really appreciate what Child Life did for us. So.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the diagnosis is the start of kind of like an entire new life for these patients as well, and ultimately that is their life now, and they're just trying to make the best of what time they have left, and try and feel comfortable in the hospital and as close to home as they could, and that was kind of my job. So it's part like babysitter, part just kind of like life coach. It's a lot of kind of just keeping the kids and the families active and doing activities, trying to like get them out as much as they can, like setting up special projects like massage nights and stuff like that. But ultimately, there are a lot of kids in the hospital too that just kind of can't leave their hospital room, are locked to, an IV or are in pediatric intensive care unit or something like that, and so they kind of are stuck. And for those kids, games was definitely like kind of the biggest way that they could kind of forget about what they're going through for a second, kind of enter some sort of like fantasy world, and in some ways even like learn from those games and help them cope in certain ways. And so yeah, I guess I spent a lot of time in the hospital playing games with kids. Even some of Tim's games, specifically Psychonauts, was a game I had a really great experience with one of my patients that I had kind of taken under my wing a little bit through the dance marathon stuff that I was doing with them. And we played all the way through Psychonauts from start to finish, and it was something that he was super excited about every time I'd come back and we'd pick it back up. But it was also something that kind of like helped start a dialogue about, dealing with things that you're thinking about and things going on in your head, and was kind of an outlet to be able to get him to talk about a lot of the stuff that he'd gone through. Yeah, so I mean, and I think that that's something that like I've been really excited about, a lot of the stuff that Humble Bundle's been doing with their charity or work, because a lot of that is aimed at getting, Child's Play stuff is aimed at getting video games in hospitals for kids so that they have a lot of stuff to play, because like I said, ultimately a lot of them don't have the ability to get out of that room, and this is like one way to kind of relax. And, this is one of the reasons I was really excited about your project is I feel like for children's cancer, it is like pretty hopeful, like the odds are pretty good that kids can pull through, but I mean obviously that doesn't always happen, and I think that in those cases it's really hard for parents to find somebody to talk to about that. It's just, like I said, you're so changed from that experience that it's really hard to relate to another person unless that they've gone through that. So a lot of the programs that we set up were involved around getting families to share their stories with each other and getting them to kind of talk about what they've learned through the process and how they've gone through everything, gotten through it. And I think this is just such an interesting way to be able to do that.
I did notice when going through it, I really didn't engage much with other parents, and I also kind of like avoided some of those support things because I just wasn't ready to go through that, and for me the grieving and that processing had to happen afterwards, and so like I've been surprised, and I'm blessed, and I'm really thankful for the fathers and the mothers that have reached out to us during this Kickstarter and honestly throughout all of development to kind of acknowledge that, wow, this is a voice for something that it's hard to communicate to people the ins and outs of it. It's such a, it's cancer kind of subsumes your life, but your life isn't cancer. And so it's like you get identified by that, but you're going through so many ups and downs, and yeah, it is kind of isolating because people don't quite know how to engage with you.
And it's something that touches the whole family too, so it's easy to put all the attention on the child, but like parents are going through just the start of a time, and siblings are affected greatly by this too because of the amount of attention that the other child is receiving. So having an outlet that kind of like lets them explore those feelings a little bit and see that there's other people out there that have gone through similar things, I think is really powerful. Is
there a story or an experience, obviously in generic terms because you can't be specific, but what changed you about that process? What caused you? Did it change your life? Did it cause you to live and think differently?
For sure. I mean, it's a crazy experience to watch somebody go through that and be so close to it. And it was something that like I took on gladly because for so many families, they do come through on top, and it is like a really life-affirming thing. And for the ones that don't, I just felt like it was really helpful to have someone there that they could talk to about it, and that could be like kind of a strength for them. Ultimately, that's really tiring. So I think it just got to be way too much, and there just got to be certain kids that you get really close to, and losing them is really hard. And I think ultimately I just eventually, those relationships were something that I was really excited about, and something that I still take away like a lot of really great moments from and learning experiences from. The med school part of it is really a whole different thing, and then you kind of get wrapped up into more the running the business of a hospital and stuff like that. That just was not interesting at all to me. But I mean, I still did find a lot of joy out of working with those children. And I think ultimately there came a point where I just felt like it was enough, and I kind of made a mark, and I kind of wanted to move on to something that would be a little bit more joyful. And I just thought back to those moments where, like I said, a kid is just super upset, and a video game is able to kind of transport him somewhere else for a minute, or maybe show him something about the world, or make him think about the world in a different way. And I thought that was really interesting. And it seems like when you're stuck in a hospital like that, the worst moments of your life, this sort of like entertainment is one of the things that helps people get through it. And I thought that was really interesting and profound.
That's a nice and striking counterpoint to me, because I think there's a large dialogue in games now of games that are appealing to older audiences and more mature audiences, or a game like that, Dragon Cancer, that's so valuable because it can be for adults to talk about really adult topics. But I think it's nice to remember also the value of games that are either targeted for kids or just can be played by kids. So to watch little kids play a game and the joy involved is so beautiful.
I think it also underscores the importance of allowing, like games allow you to process things, they allow you to go through things, they allow you to escape things, they allow you to talk about hard things, they allow you to put words to things. There are so many ways in which engaging in your media and engaging in your story brings out your story, and I think that's what's been so compelling. And I'm sure all of you that work in games probably have had that experience at some time of another of somebody just like coming up to you and saying, what you're doing means so much to me, and it's inspired me to do this. It's inspired me to make that game that I've been dreaming of, or to tell that story that's been waiting for so long. Something that we want to do at the very end here after we do our countdown is read a story from a gentleman from Germany that told me that we inspired him to write a story that's been waiting to be written down for 17 years. And that's what I love about it, is that when we all engage in creativity and storytelling, it's not just our stories that we hear. As soon as you tell a story around a campfire, everybody else wants to as well.
Yeah, and I think it's something about games too that just like that level of interactivity just makes it hit a little bit harder and feel a little bit stronger, because you're the actual person kind of pushing the story along and interacting with it. It just becomes a more powerful thing.
Anybody else want to chime in here? We have 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes.
Oh man, 2 more minutes and you're done?
Exciting!
You can count that in seconds.
Where are we at with our totals?
We are at 104,311.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Which is nearly $20,000 above our goal.
Yay!
Which is amazing.
Yeah,
because we can take on $20,000 less of debt that we were planning on taking on, and that is quite the gift as well. So
that is significant.
Everybody should come. Everybody come in. We have oh my gosh, it's 108 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, is the Kickstarter changed to seconds yet?
Yeah, it's changed to seconds. There you go. Maybe we'll do this.
Yes.
Can everybody see?
You have to get it really close.
Do like a screen share, maybe.
I know, but we have 100
this is
seconds left.
Classic.
100 seconds.
Classic.
We'll do it this way.
This is a more personal touch.
Are we showing?
Yeah, you're showing. You're showing.
Stick it on us if it's not stuck there already.
80 seconds.
80 seconds.
That's kind of a lot of seconds.
Yeah, I'm not going to count.
You think I can hold this for 80 seconds? I'm going to wait till...
Wait till 45.
I'm going to wait till 20 seconds.
Okay.
You guys have 40 seconds to say something profound.
Oh. Yeah.
Lisa, one thing I wanted to ask you was what's your sorry.
You're gonna run out of time.
Your mom's friend. What's something that she taught you? You have a picture of her. What piece of wisdom did she leave with you that changed you?
I mean, she just, I guess she taught me that, I think the most important thing is, even as an adult, you can just play and just, it's okay to just play and have fun. And I think that there's a stigma that we all struggle with as adults that you can't be playful anymore because you're grown up. And seeing her do that as a child made it a big impact on me as an adult now. Uh-oh, here we
That's
go.
incredible. That's incredibly profound.
Perfectly.
And it's a perfect way to end this.
That was great. Oh my.
6, 5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
I want to hear from Greg Rice why games matter to him.
Oh.
Or why they should matter to people.
Okay.
Maybe both. Maybe first why they matter to him, and then why.
Here,
they
hold on.
matter.
I'm going to make it so it switches over to him. Hold on.
3 cheers for Ryan for running tech.
Yeah, guys. A live stream this long is not an easy task.
That's right.
No, I've never been involved in a stream that's
And
had
we even got like shut down by Content ID early on, and it's been a wild ride. Anyway, go for it.
Is this supposed to be me? I'm supposed to say
Yes.
something? What was I supposed to say?
Hashtag why games matter.
Yeah.
Why games matter? Yeah, I mean, I think it's broader than games. I mean, I think it's just art in general. It's just like art has a very profound way of speaking to people and showing people something new or teaching them something. And I think that in this case, I think you guys have a really interesting story to tell, and one that I think a lot of people could learn from. I think that a lot of people going through what you're going through could learn from, but a lot of people who have never even been close to what you've gone through could take something from and learn from. And it's just exciting to see games that are kind of pushing things in a different direction and trying something new. And in this case, I feel like it's going to be a winner for sure.
Awesome.
All right.
I think your Kickstarter is going to do great, guys.
What's it?
He said he thinks our Kickstarters.
Teddy, why do games matter to you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, you.
Oh, I'm the empty vessel today.
Whatever. You're full of backstory.
Games matter to me on like 2 axes. You know, for one, I think they just I grew up with them, and so personally for me, if I'm going to express myself and try to connect with people, making them and playing them is my best means to do that. So I usually play games with friends, and you know, you can learn more playing a game with someone than you often can in other ways, or you can get deeper more quickly. You can ice break, if you will, and making those allows me to enable people to do that. And we've talked about this a little bit today. It also just, you know, games enable people to tell stories, not just to experience them. So games matter to me because it lets me and it lets people like, you know, my friends like you share their stories and connect with people in a way that you couldn't in a less interactive or non-interactive medium.
Yeah, I mean, even telling stories like, say, in a 1920s announcer voice, go!
Oh, here it Flash, 1956, that dragon cancer succeeds!
Thank you, Teddy. This is an inside joke. So he claimed on Twitter that at any moment, any time, any place, he could go into a 1920s announcer voice.
But I'm reporting live from that
I told him that I would call him on it, and he totally came through. So thank you, Teddy.
You're welcome.
Great.
Satchell.
Yeah.
Lead us out on the why games matter, and then we're going to read something. It'll be our bedtime story, and Greg can go party.
Yeah, man.
Solid. I think the reason why games matter, at least the reason they matter to me, is because they serve as both a window and a mirror into people's stories and also how people deal with the experiences as life happens to them, whether they like it or not. And I'd say in particular, what makes games special, like different from the other mediums of conveyance, is that though the other ones can serve as a window to see someone else's life, the power of it being a mirror is so much stronger because you have these tools of volition, and you have this level of involvement that usually evokes things that you can't really describe with words until you come at the end of it, and it elicits conversation in a way that nothing else could.
Wow.
I'd say it's a good answer.
Yeah. See, this is why we brought Satchell on. Now it is evident to all of you. Maybe some of you were confused. Now it's totally obvious.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. And with that, we will conclude, and you can sign off if you'd like. And what we're going to do is read this last piece, which is about 15 minutes long.
Right. So This was a backer story we got, and it is definitely our longest one, so we kind of pushed it to the end, but we really think it's worth listening to.
It was given to us in German, and like I said, this came from a person that worked in games writing, and told us that this inspired him to write something down that hadn't been written down in 17 years. And it recounts his story of having childhood cancer when he was 13.
It reminded me a little of just hearing Greg Rice talk about playing video games with kids. Like, you could just see that, like, Volker, who's telling the story, like, that could be him.
Yeah.
Like, that could be him. And so, yeah, this was originally in German. We had a friend doing PhD work in Germany right now, and she translated it
so thank you,
for
Lucy.
us, which was amazing. And she took great pains to kind of keep his unique, blunt, cool style in this, so I will try to do that justice because it really is a neat piece. But like we said, it's 14 minutes long, so nobody has to feel guilty if they need to drop off in general. If we dwindle down to 5 viewers, we'll understand. And maybe we'll post it somewhere for other people to read it. So this is Room 10 by Volker, one of our backers on the Kickstarter project. It took 17 years to write this down. Kim Man, wherever you are, I hope there's a billiards table there. And Doreen, thank you. Okay, so it begins. Sorry, we lost it here. There was a problem with my right ear, and after the doctor had already tried to do everything that an ENT specialist in fact can, he decided that one could install a so-called tympanostomy tube, and he did just that. That was my first general anesthesia. And I still remember the feeling when I woke up after that. It was cold, and I lie there naked but for the hospital gown and felt pretty crappy. After that, the problem with the ear was at least gone, but the doctor had overlooked something that he should have never overlooked, and for which my father would have loved to sue him for years to come, if not do something worse. Nasopharynx carcinoma is what the doctor with the brown hair and horn-rimmed glasses called it. That was in November 1997. And I didn't have the faintest clue what she meant. I sat there, in Freiburg, far away from Lake Constance, where I came from, and simply listened. She said it had not metastasized, and I did not know the term. She supposed that we should start the treatment soon, and that I would still have to undergo a surgery, and she asked if I knew what cancer is. I had no idea. I woke up, noticed that there was something there that wasn't there before, a tube that went all the way down from the carotid artery into the chest, and that would enable them to administer injections without the need to poke you. So they called it. It felt strange, and it was cold again when I woke up from the anesthesia. Room 10. That is where I lie. Beside me was D, a small blonde boy much younger than I. Leukemia, he said. I understood nothing of anything. I just lie there, and the infusions came. Chemo. I knew. My uncle had cancer and survived years before me, even if it looked bad. Maybe it was because of the genes, they said. They can never be ruled out. The days went on, and I lie in bed with this clear solution dripping into me, as well as saline and an armada of pills that I was supposed to take. The yellow one always made me puke, and to this day I still have an aversion to the color yellow. Dad helped me hide them in the bedside table, and then, whenever no one was looking, he'd smuggle them outside and throw them away somewhere. Mom and he lived in the parents' house, a facility next to the clinic that was funded by donations. Whenever possible, I could go over. It was rarely possible. Kim was damn good at billiards. In fact, the pool was the only constant those days. It stood in the hallway next to the elevator that brought people to the 3rd floor. The people who get out there always know what awaits them. The second was dialysis, the third was cancer patients. Kim was older, about 19 or something, and I got along with him, even when he always cleaned me out at the pool table. He had his own line, and before I knew it, I was always back at the end of it. We stood there with these rolling drip devices from which our drugs came, and played billiards long into the night. The food we denied regardless, that's how disgusting it was. The wagon with all the warmed up stuff inside, it came every day at noon, and eating that shit was always just an easier way to make yourself vomit. Vomiting had, in any case, become a part of daily life. In the beginning, it was 2 or 3 times an hour, and later it was several times. At that point, there isn't any puke left, only transparent, slightly greenish bile. It just burns and hurts, and even the morphine drip they have set up next to you no longer helps anymore. Sure, you can always push on it and get an extra shot, but it doesn't make it any better. It only allows you to fade a little further away. You don't sense anything anymore. No hunger, no thirst, nothing. The solution of fat that in the meanwhile has been set up next to you ensures that you have everything you need, revolting cum-white stuff that slowly flows into you. D wasn't lying next to me anymore, but another boy. Stomach cancer, he said. Around Christmas, he was let out and went straight to a disco dance club. That cost him his stomach, because he picked up an infection. And when you have cancer, you have no immune system. I never saw him again. I was allowed to go home as well. Days before, a box had come with letters from all of my classmates. They wished me a good recovery, and they hoped that I would come back soon. Days before Christmas, 1997, when I left my bed for the first time, I couldn't stay standing up and flopped over. The last time I had stood was 4 weeks before that, maybe longer. I was patient 36 with this type of cancer in Germany, according to the so-called Eichner study, which was conducted on children and which stipulated that they were treated with 3 rounds of chemotherapy, radiation, and a half year of interferon. I knew nothing about it. Either way, I wasn't really there. I was just lying there. Christmas was over, and I spent the days lying on my parents' couch, and many people came and cried and gave me money, and even then I wondered if that was all they could do, give money. I was 13 and suddenly had over 3,000 Deutschmarks in my possession, which I could not give a single shit about and which did not help me in the least. And then there was the question about what I wanted for Christmas. When you have cancer, they fulfill all of your wishes because they think that will do your recovery well, and maybe it even does. Anyway, I wanted a Nintendo 64, and I got one, with Mario, Wave Racer, and later GoldenEye, which we imported specially from Austria because it was indexed in Germany, and at the time, that still meant something. After New Year's, I was back in room 10, chemo number 2. D was back next to me, and even though he was actually annoying, I found him pretty okay. You get a psychologist at your side for whatever reason, presumably so that you survive without permanent damage. She was 29, just graduated from university, and I actually liked her more than I wanted to talk to her about anything. Freud is probably laughing at that now and thinking this is all screwed up. It's only partially because she took away my GoldenEye, because she knew it was indexed and I wasn't allowed to have it. Later I got it again, and she knew full well and still didn't say anything. Instead of that, I usually sat at her computer, which had the internet, which at the time was something completely new. Windows 3.1, an equivalently awful browser, but you could surf it. I thought that was exciting. She said that I should write about the games I'd been playing. So that you don't get held back in school, they make a homeschool teacher available to you. She was far too old to understand my generation, but we got along. She would help me keep up with math, English, German, etc., and thought that at some point I should write about games. There was a ward newspaper, a simple sheet, photocopied and passed on to all who wanted it, nothing more. I wrote about Anno 1602, my first review in this sense. Funnily enough, the woman who at the time did PR for that game would be my superior 15 years later. I spent the days playing games and painting bags. Stupid, but a distracting activity. I painted N64 logos on them, the Turok writing, Super Mario, and stuff like that. It distracted me for at least a few hours. Chemo number 2 was not as bad as the first one, at least at the outset. Then my hair fell out. You lose all of your hair, absolutely all of it. From that point on, you can tell if any person in the world is just bald or if they have cancer. You never lose that. The boys take it less hard than the girls. They cry and cry and cry. And Jay and I became friends, even if I would never see her again. She was wearing her headscarf with pride and impressed me. She didn't let that shit get her down. Neither did S. I met him in the dining room, and his right eye was totally twisted, and I asked him if he had the right perspective. He told me that a tumor was behind his eye, and he would have had 2 weeks to live if they hadn't noticed it. We were great friends. I miss the blasphemous trouble I got into with him, if only because he was older and because he took everything in stride and we had fun together. Kim wasn't there anymore. Never again. I heard about his death from Dr. B, who said that it was sad, but I should not give up hope. My dad gave up smoking around that time. He never started again, although at the time he had been smoking over 2 packs a day for 30 years. Meanwhile, I read a lot of magazines about games, wrote a lot about games, still eagerly painted bags, and managed chemo number 3 a little better. It was really not that bad. The puking held off. I was able to eat again. Not the crap they had in the hospital, but at a restaurant in Fribourg called Paradise, or something like that, which was located next to the Children's Hospital ward. I could stay home longer, and then it went pretty well. Teachers came over. It was clear that I would pass that grade. Somehow they'd made sure of it. Radiation began, and that was the most comfortable part. Once a day, a taxi drove me from the children's hospital only a few meters over to where the device was, in which I would lie down for 2 minutes. I would put on a mask, which was full of holes, so I probably looked like Jason from the horror film. The amount was 57.8 gray, a significant dose, and I still remember the bitter taste in my mouth when the ticking started and the unit started up. Nevertheless, it was okay. So I had the rest of the day off and was able to gamble with S or goof around or read comics or whatever else. I was often at the parents' house, and Mom was there, and when she was not crying, it was fine. She was cooking, and I had something real to eat, and somehow made it through. She told me that there were many people praying for me, and I even prayed often, and then later people said that God had made all this healing possible, and although I truly did not understand that at all, it made sense at the time. Maybe God really was there. The dentist said that my teeth could fall out in less than 3 years as a result of radiation therapy and because I didn't really take care of them, but he would take care of them. He had 2 PhDs and 2 different MD titles and was the boss in the shop and did what he could. To date, none of my teeth have fallen out. April. I was able to return home. I could leave room 10. It was history, and after that, I only had to go to Freiburg once a week to one of 3 weekly infusions of interferon. Dad drove, I played cassettes, and he was terribly annoyed by my music. We had a good time. Most of the time we'd go to eat afterwards, usually in Paradise, which always had a really good schnitzel. I started gaining weight again after I'd eventually gotten down to 35 kilograms, 77 pounds. Indeed, I had no hair to speak of, but I instinctively knew that it was all up from there. I rarely saw S, and if I did, then we grinned and made fun of everything around us. It was a more relaxed time. That half a year passed pretty quickly, and I went back to school. On my cap was a kangaroo, and underneath it said Skippies, whatever that was, and at the time I didn't care. The teacher insisted that I leave it on. When I came in, the first time in almost half a year, there was absolute silence in the room. I did not come back as the same person who had been torn away in October 1997. Everyone knew it. No one said anything. It was the summer of 1998, and Mama felt the need to coddle me with strawberries and vanilla pudding. I devoured the stuff. I couldn't eat anything else anyway because my mouth had been destroyed by radiation. It had virtually no saliva, and it would stay that way for the next few years. In my early 20s, it returned to normal. The 6 months of interferon went by. I was happy to be in Freiburg that one time a week. I would be able to complete the route myself in my own car 5 years later for my last checkup. I was to be the example from the Eichner study of someone for whom the suggested therapy had best worked. I was to be discharged 100% cured, and that damn tube in my chest could only be removed with local anesthesia, which at that time among us kids was a test of bravery. Cowards accept full anesthesia. Local anesthesia is for the brave. I joked with the doctors while they pulled the tube out of my chest. I joked a whole lot in general. Maybe that was the best way to cope with the situation. There was never a taboo. Patient 36 talked about it quite readily, about everything. 2002 medical exam. I submit my file from Freiburg to the doctor. I know that this will get me the T5, so the free ride, nothing civilian, nothing to do with anything else. We are in Dunoesching, and it's a balmy spring day, and he reads through the file and says in broken German with a Polish accent something like, you know, for me, cancer is a disease like any other. The healing just takes a little longer. I say nothing, but I agree with him anyway. So that was kind of a somber note to enter Kickstarter in, but I love that he talked about like how much games mattered to him. Like they were just one detail of this life that he described really well. Like if you've been in that world, he described it really well. Mm-hmm. But it was one of the only elements that was good. That was something, you know, you could just see kind of the thread of it throughout. And so it reminded me a little bit of Greg Rice's story. And I noticed you have the Psychonauts poster up behind you. So that's just kind of appropriate. That's cool.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for lending your time. This was an epic live stream.
Thank you.
And hopefully we have some viewers still hanging out. I don't know, do we have any viewers left? 50. We got 50 viewers left?
50 people listening to the story. That's great.
It's amazing.
And we ended the Kickstarter with like basically $104,500. So, so that's amazing. Wow. That's really cool.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Teddy had to run, but
All right.
All right.
All right. Well, we're going to sign off. and eat something probably.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Bye bye.
Congrats, guys.
Yes, thank you.
Seriously.
All right.
Yeah, and huge thanks to Teddy for hosting.
Yes.
He was such a pro. We were like, he would like do the interview, and while he was doing the interview, we could send him messages through chat. He would like play along, you know. At
Someone
the same
needs
time.
to get him a job at like NPR.
Yeah. Full-on TV studio.
He needs to host like the
Serial
IGF
season 2.
Yes.
You should host the
Wow.
IGF. That's my vote.
There you go.
You heard it here first. Teddy needs to host the IGF.
Very nice.
All right.
All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you
Have a
guys.
good night. Enjoy
Sign
your
off.
weekend.
See you
Thank you.
guys.